fatalities in other cities and places as well.
Yeah, and we had that breaking news about an hour or so ago that Ali Larijani, the Security Council chief, the Iranian Security Council chief, saying that Iran will not negotiate with the United States. How significant is this, Tawhid?
It is critically significant. Prior to this post on his X account, we've got some media reports that Iran has prepared or proposed for negotiation, but Ali Larijani, the Secretary for the Supreme National Security Council of the country, came out very clearly to point out two things. First, he said that Iran is not going to negotiate with the United States, one, and two, he said that Iran is right now defending itself and the armed forces of the country did not initiate this war. This is the very gist of the matter when it comes to Iran's rhetoric over the past few days. Of course, the question of whether the country is going to try diplomatic engagement or not was something that we also asked the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when I was interviewing him a couple of hours after the initiation of these strikes, and he said that the sense was not that much positive. He said that we already tried diplomatic engagement in the past 1 year for 2 times, one related to the negotiations earlier that happened in 2025. While in the middle of that negotiations, the country was targeted, and right now, just very, very similar to what took place back in June, the country is under attack while we were expecting a next round or 2 rounds of negotiations between Iran and the United States on the one hand and the UN nuclear watchdog on the other, one for today and the other one for the coming days. And now Iran is not that much positive, is not that much certain whether there is going to be a diplomatic solution out of this standoff.
Tawhid, thank you. Well, Iran's military power is often described as opaque and complex, but behind that complexity lies a deliberate design. The nation operates parallel armies, multiple intelligence services, and layered command structures, all ultimately answering to the supreme leader. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim explains how Iran's military and security institutions operate and why they are structured as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated, and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are 2 parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, and its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the aerospace force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats, and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response, and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the 2 main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility, but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs. They coordinate. Above the battlefield sits the political security layer, the Supreme National Security Council, which brings together senior military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and political leaders to align national security policy. It coordinates strategy, but it does not replace military command. This system may appear complicated and fragmented, but this is done on purpose, and it's central to how Iran manages power. Even after the killing of senior IRGC commanders and joint staff figures, transitions have been orderly. Iran's military structure is built to absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Well, Iran continues to strike U.S. assets across the Gulf, targeting several military bases. Explosions have been heard here in Doha in the last few minutes. Let's cross over to Axel Zaimovich. He's live for us on the Corniche at the moment. Axel, so we heard those explosions here in Qatar's capital city just this morning in the past few minutes. What more can you tell us, Axel?
Well, that's right. Those explosions, those detonations actually is similar to the ones that we heard in the past 48 hours. It's very likely that we heard the explosions of activated Patriot systems, and it means that Qatar's air defense system is still intercepting missiles and drones coming from the direction from Iran towards Qatar. But also, what was different this time, that we haven't seen any of the trail of these intercepted missiles at this point. But also what we understand from the Qatar's defense ministry, that despite having this Patriot system in place, they're also flying jets, fighter jets. They're also trying to move these interception missiles, like the whole action taken not just here, in the part of Qatar. They're trying to move this action taking place outside, offshore. So we don't understand if those jets were flying this early morning, but that's a part of a new strategy that Qatar is trying to implement to have at least damage of falling debris falling down on the city or across the country.
All right, Axel, thank you. Let's cross over now to Rosalind Jordan. She's in Washington for us. Rosalind, so we saw Israel carrying out what it says were preemptive strikes on Lebanon's capital a few hours ago. How much concern will there now be in Washington, where you are, about what is now a widening of this conflict, with Lebanon being drawn in?
Well, the prospect of a widening regional war is something that congressional Democrats, almost to a person, said on Saturday, just after the news of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran became public. They said that without any concrete plans from the Trump administration and without a concrete end game, as it were, the U.S. was putting its troops, its interests in the Middle East, and its national security at a much greater risk than it should have been in the first place. Congressional Republicans have supported the administration's decision to go to war against Iran, but when the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Pentagon, the War Department, brief congressional leaders.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
The full members of Congress on Tuesday.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're at.
Why this action? Why now? What's going to be done?
I'm trying a few different things here. Yeah, I see in the chat we're talking about Netanyahu, we're talking about the Mona nuclear plant. We'll get to that stuff. I personally haven't heard anything about Netanyahu, but just because you brought it up, let's find out.
We're not any closer to knowing what those objectives are. We may get some clarity.
I'm sure if that happened, that would be everywhere.
Which the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, will be holding.
Yeah, I don't see anything that supports that.
Will be carried live, and we imagine that Al Jazeera will bring you live coverage of those of that briefing. But that will be the first opportunity that journalists will have had.
Yeah, I mean, there's posts like this.
What is the plan?
Where's it at?
The Trump administration?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of posts going around that say he was taken out. Big break, almost confirmed reports that he's gone. And like this one, this is from a couple days ago. So, I mean, there's been no proof. It's always a possibility, because as we'll see here, as we start going through all the news and updates, there was definitely some Israeli military that was taken out. We're talking about like high-level people, so we will get to that.
We don't know. And now we will start to hear some.
Hey, Grandma Karen, how's it going? Nice to see you.
Just briefly, 3 American servicemen.
All right, let me mute this here really quick. So just for the algorithm, this is our coverage of the Iran war, the U.S. response, and the missile strikes happening right now in the Middle East. Trump has made statements. Americans have died, unfortunately, if you haven't heard that today already. I'll be reviewing some of that stuff, and then we'll also do live monitoring. And then we have consulates that were attacked. Cyprus has been targeted as well with drones. And we're going to cover the breaking news as well as some past media and events. Hit that like as you join if you're already in here. And thanks to the mods and the members and to the viewers. All right, so first, someone was asking about Dimona plant. So I will look at, so it says, I looked all over X. I see stuff saying that it was hit. But just like if you were in my stream yesterday, you always have to confirm it yourself. So here's what I found. We have PLA military says, breaking, Israel's nuclear reactor power plant has been destroyed by multiple Iranian ballistic missiles, leaking radioactive material. Okay? So we come in here because we want to verify everything. And immediately it says debunked. He debunked his own post. The video is actually from 2017, right? And this was in Ukraine. So you have to be really careful with the stuff you're seeing. And then you'll see the same thing just repeated. So GPX says same thing. Almost, actually, pretty much verbatim. Yeah, it's like they copied the exact post, posted it, same exact thing. If you go in here and verify, you have people showing other stuff. People asking if it's real or propaganda. Let's see what Grok says here. No, this video isn't of Israel's Dimona nuclear site being destroyed. So that's definitely debunked. So if you've heard that, that is not true. It could be true. I mean, they're getting hit pretty hard. But as of right now, you can see there's tons of them. There's like 4 or 5, 6 in a row with that basically the same post. Now, this one right here, this is from the Houthis. This is a power plant that was hit this morning by IDF. But their plant, as of right now, seems like it's fine. I can't find nothing that supports that it was hit. So all this video you're seeing, this is from Ukraine. Hope that helps. All right, I'm just checking alerts. So you may hear some alarms, and what that is, I'm going to try and mute them as soon as they start. But over here we have, this is live monitoring. So we have North Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa. Looks like we have Beirut as well, and a few other things. So that'll be like kind of our monitoring. There we have some more. So everything you're hearing with those alarms is I'm hooked up to their app. That's the SOFAR app. So anytime they have incoming, looks like Jerusalem has some incoming. So we can see here, and I'll turn the audio on as well, so we can monitor audio if there's anything going on. But the unfortunate part is it plays the audio from all of them all at the same time. So I try to only turn the audio on when something's actually happening. But we are getting alarms right now, so I'll leave it on for a minute. More incoming. Now they're getting hit with drones and missiles and rockets. So they're getting hit from all angles and they're getting hit hard. We're going to go through that stuff, but I want to make sure during these red alerts and hopefully you guys are okay with it. But during these red alerts, I'm just going to kind of monitor, and we'll watch the video and that kind of stuff to make sure we can see whatever's going on. And then in between, then I'll cover all the stuff that happened throughout the day. Yeah. So as far as flights, same story. You know, it's pretty clear over the areas you would expect. There is more activity in Saudi Arabia here than there was last time. Same with down in the UAE, but over Iran, Iraq, Syria, and the edge of Saudi Arabia, and of course Israel, still pretty clear. But still lots of flights, so they might just be taking the long way. As far as military flights go, let's look at military cargo and drones. So not a lot of, before I say that, yeah, I don't see a lot of activity right now. We just have government monitoring planes. I don't even see the stratotankers or the Pegasus refuelers. So either they're dark, their transponders turned off, and they can't be seen, or they're somewhere else. Let's see if I can. Let me see if any of these are Stratos. I don't think they are. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, so we have a stratotanker off the coast of the U.S. heading this direction. We have a couple of them. I just see the two. But obviously they have to go back and refuel, and then they can go back out and refuel everything else. Just one. So if I assume you can hear me fine. I haven't seen people in chat saying they couldn't hear me, but can you hear me fine over the audio that's playing from the cams? Just let me know that. If you can hear me good, give me like a thumbs up or a 1 in chat. If you guys can't hear me that well over that audio, then put a 2, please, so I know. All right, thank you for that. So we have some Stratos. I'm probably going to show a video. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but I know some haven't. The way they refuel those fighter jets. I didn't know this, but the stratotankers also refuel helicopters and other stuff too. So let me see if I can find that video here really quick. It's pretty cool. And it looks like the alerts so far, there's nothing new coming in. That's been happening a lot lately. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. But we'll see a bunch of alerts. The sirens go off, then nothing. I assume they've intercepted them before they got close. Yeah, we just got an early warning 9 minutes ago for Tel Aviv, which is going to be this top right camera. Okay, so officially all missiles that were just fired 14 minutes ago, they were all intercepted. No recorded impacts. And it looks like more's incoming. Alright, so we'll keep going here. Hello to everyone coming in. Make sure you guys hit that like. I appreciate you being here. I'll try to keep it like calm and not get people too excited at bedtime. We do have some alarms. We do have some alerts. There are drones, missiles, and rockets that are being fired into Israel and other U.S. allied countries. Yes, Beirut is the bottom right camera. Right there. I don't know if you can see my mouse or not. But so it's Beirut, Qatar, South Israel. We have Tel Aviv, Haifa, a few Haifas, and then Tel Aviv large up here, and North Israel large up here. So it's kind of covering the whole gamut. But as far as like, is Trump lying? And hey, welcome to everyone over on Rumble. I didn't have a chance to stream to Rumble last night just because I had to move so quick. But I appreciate you guys being here as well. I did see that Trump refused to talk to press, and he actually started talking about a statue or something. Let me see if I can pull it up here really quick. Yeah, so basically Donald Trump, he just got back. He was in Air Force 2. I have a video of all this stuff. I have the whole list of media that we can go through. We can see all the attacks that happened today, all the information coming out from all the other countries and all that, so you can get caught up. If you've already seen it, I'm sure there's probably going to be some new stuff in there because I curate it all day long. But Donald J. Trump, he admired the Thomas Jefferson statue while he was being asked what was going on with everything and the direction of the country and all that. So people thought that was kind of sketchy. But I would imagine he's under an insane amount of stress right now. But we do have that actual video that will be coming up. I'm just making sure that these alerts are done before we get started into that stuff. We have some early alerts in Tel Aviv coming, which means they've detected launches. And then based on those launches, that's when we start hearing sirens later. Usually it's about 10 or 15 minutes. It looks, actually the last one was like 13 minutes, which is pretty quick. That's how you know it's the ICBMs or the ballistic missiles. They don't have well, supposedly they don't have intercontinental, but they do have ballistic missiles. And they have hypersonics, which we'll watch some videos on that too. It's insane how fast they are. The interceptors can't keep up. I mean, it's gotten to the point where, you know, the ballistic missile comes in, they'll fire like 10 or 12 interceptors at it, and the ballistic missile just takes off, flies right past all of them, and they can't keep up. Let's see. All right, yeah, unless we hear sirens again, I guess I'll go ahead and get started on this other stuff. But we'll keep monitoring it. Let me turn it down a little bit. All right, yeah, we'll hear sirens, and we'll know it's time to look at the cams. All right, so I'll drop that. Here we go. Hey everyone, actually, I always enjoy this. Can you guys put in, let's see, someone said, when you get a break in alerts, etc., can you go over the left screen and how to understand them? This one over here? Yeah, I can talk about some of that stuff. I wouldn't say I've mastered them all by any means, but I can give you some reference on what I'm doing over there. All right, cool. So, we have a few different things. So obviously we have the pizza index, so I'll go over that first. This story. Okay, so those are just early warning. That is not incoming yet. So let me turn it on. I'm turning it on so I can hear it. All right. So I can hear it, but you guys won't hear it yet. I'll make sure you don't have to hear those. Just the alarms when they go off. All right. So Dokkan, that's the level. And, you know, this is just like a parody type of site, but it's strangely interesting and accurate in some things. But obviously we're already in it. They're saying that Russia and Ukraine has been going nuts too. And because Iran is getting all the attention, people aren't seeing what's happening there as much. And even places like The Enforcer, which is an amazing YouTube channel, they cover war stuff. They haven't really been covering it either because they've been so busy with Iran. But Iran is on fire, Ukraine is on fire, and Venezuela says it's still high, but I haven't seen a lot of activity going on over there. But they have like a questionnaire here with percentages. And it's like, will Nicolas Maduro be sentenced to no prison time? 33% of people say possibly. Pakistan and Afghanistan, I believe, are still going at it as well. I think we have some videos of that. Yeah, The Enforcer is great to follow. I would highly recommend you guys go over there and make sure you subscribe. And I'm sure they'll be live every day throughout all this stuff. They're typically live most days anyway. But very, very good military knowledge and background. And yeah, probably one of the best out there, to be honest. As far as flights go, I don't see any tankers. At least not over here yet. We did see some that were coming off the East Coast. Where'd they go? Oh, they're going up. Interesting. But we have a stratotanker here. These refuel. A lot of people just call them KC-135s. But, you know, they refuel all the fighter jets. And on a typical day, I don't know if you were here or not yesterday, but you'll see several of them circling around this area. We have the aircraft carrier off in this area somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where it's at. Obviously, you know, they have to be far enough away to not get hit. But there's one on each side. But you'll see the tankers in here, along with Pegasus, which are the ones that come from Israel in this area. And they use those to refuel all the fighter jets, also the large cargo ships, and then also I found out helicopters and stuff like that too. So they're very versatile. They carry like 212,000 gallons of fuel, which is insane. But someone was asking kind of what I'm doing over here. So there's free accounts, and then there's also paid accounts. Mine's paid. But you can go into this software called Flight Radar 24. There's a lot of other ones too that are, you know, decent. But you can filter by the different types of aviation. And then right now I'm just looking at military. But for example, I can do all categories. And now you just see every insane flight on the planet. I mean, look at this. At any given moment, that's how many planes are up in the sky. So just like thinking about this, like what if an EMP or something went off and just like they all just fell out of the sky at the same time? That would be like getting carpet bombed. But you can come in here, you can see each plane. They have slightly different icons for different ones, but you can click on this plane, for example, and it will tell you the number. It'll tell you when it left, when it's estimated to be hitting its location. This gives you the type. So this is like an Airbus A330 and the country of origin, right? And speed, lots of stuff about it. And when you click on it, it'll show you its path. So this one came from around Antalya, and it's heading to Amman. So it's just a way to track and look at different things. If you've been following the Charlie Kirk case, then you know, Barron has been using, and Ian as well, they've been using this to like track like the Egyptian planes and stuff like that. And they also use some other software. And then you have the ability to see in some cases what the most popular ones are, or the most tracked, I should say. So for example, this one's for Riyadh. If I click on this flight for some reason is super popular with people in here. They're following it around. And I don't know. I haven't taken the time to look at these particular ones. For me, it doesn't matter at the moment. But they get these NAs once in a while. So you don't know where it left from or where it's going. But a lot of times you'll see like when Putin or Trump, if they're going to their bunkers and stuff like that, you can see their planes through this app. So like I know when this all first started, people were saying immediately that Putin was going towards his bunker. So it's really good for that kind of stuff. And obviously, if a plane doesn't want to be tracked, all it has to do is turn off its transponder, and you will never see it. So they can fly incognito, but then they might run into each other. It can cause major issues. But we'll go back to just military and drones. And then this is World Monitor. This is worldmonitor.app. And it has this huge dashboard down here. It has some of the basic news stuff that most people see. It also has live cams, including the one I have over here. But as you scroll down, it gives you tons of information. So if you're interested in monitoring this stuff yourself, just in general, then you can come in here, but you want to filter it. So like right now, I'm just covering Middle East, but you can do global, Americas, Europe, and all the different things, and it gives you news and information around those things. So for me, it's kind of busy, but it's a great open source thing. So I mostly just use it to see, this is like major impacts, military bases. That's what like all these numbers. All these little triangles. Let me zoom out a little bit more. These little triangles right here, these are military things. So they can be airfields, they can be munition depots, they can be bunkers. So that kind of lets you know where everything is at overall. And if you zoom in on like Israel, it's kind of laggy. But the closer you zoom in, then you start to see the individual areas and the individual bases. So like right here, there's a checkpoint. There's a special road there. I know it's hard to see probably on camera, but there's these tiny little triangles on here. Another checkpoint. So it's just good for intel overall when you're tracking things and trying to see what's going on. And then all these yellow, red, and orange dots are events that have happened. They can be explosions or whatever else, but you'll see like a little animation on here, a bunch of little like firework looking explosions when there's actually attacks going out. All right, we have some incoming. So you see how fast that came? So it's rockets and missile fire. I'm looking to see because they're shooting most of them down. So it's looking like southern Israel. And we're going to see some crazy videos of all these incoming. At one point it looks like there's probably 80 or 90 that all come at once and hit Israel. They hit Jerusalem hard earlier today. All right, let me know in chat if you can hear the alarms when they go off. I have it routed differently. I'm testing out different setups. Were you guys able to hear those alerts when they went off? Okay, perfect. All right. Lebanese state TV reports 31 dead and 149 wounded in the Israeli strikes. And if you don't know, Israel's been striking Lebanon because they've been getting rockets fired at them from Hezbollah. All right, I will turn that down. So the last 2 or 3 rounds that have come through, they've intercepted all of them. So if any get through, then I can make the cams bigger, but as of right now, it looks like nothing's making it through, which is good right now, but obviously at some point they're going to run out. All right, and if anyone wants to share information, like I see some of you right now on X, if you guys can tag me, I'll put my information up here on the screen. You can tag me on X, TriggerSmart HQ, and share videos and things you want me to talk about or show. And if you want to send any like tips, like for Charlie Kirk or any of this kind of stuff, you can email to engcwarrior, sorry, at gmail.com. I'm just looking at information about any incoming. So the IDF chief is saying they've launched an offensive campaign against Hezbollah because Hezbollah has been attacking them from Lebanon, and he wants the public to prepare for a significant number of days of fighting. So remember, when this first started, they were trying to make it sound like it'd be quick. Even Trump said like a month, you know, like 30 days. But this may go longer than that. And we knew that Hezbollah would probably jump in. They're Iranian proxies. All right, I don't see any confirmed launches, so we will keep going. Okay. Well, that's good for now. So yeah, so we talked about the monitor, we talked about flight radar, and we talked about Pentagon Pizza. So those are just some things if you guys are interested in looking at any of this stuff yourself. They're good tools. And I can put those down in the chat when I have a second. This is the video of Trump. So people were saying before, you know, that he got off of Air Force 2 and he wouldn't really talk to anyone. He wouldn't take any questions and just kind of did his own thing.
Mr. President! Can you talk to us about Iran, Mr. President? Can we take questions on Iran? What's the statute? Mr. President, what's your message to the families of the service members who were killed?
So they said, obviously, can you talk to us about Iran? And he said, look at this beautiful statue, wouldn't you? And then he walks off. That's what everyone's talking about. So that's kind of like the, like I said, a lot of stress, a lot of stuff going on, but still doesn't look good, you know. But I'm sure he's probably exhausted. You have to remember he's late 70s. Is he 80 yet? Trump is 79 years old. So, I mean, just the fact that he's up, moving around, doing all this stuff, constantly on the move, all this stress and, you know, pressure and everything. I'm not saying that he's, you know, not doing stuff wrong or whatever, but he probably just wanted to go to bed. I know the feeling. So, not ideal, but that's what we got. All right, so I'm gonna play this Al Jazeera live for a few minutes as I get all the media and stuff together, and then we'll start going through that.
Without constitutional reforms, but also they want the West to come to Iran and make Iran richer, functioning better. They invited the Americans to regain the control of the oil and to exploit the country, keeping always the point that they do not dictate on Iran the policy. And this is what the Americans refused. This is what Trump did in 2018. And this is what he did in June 2025 when he allowed the Israelis to start a war during the negotiation. He did it again now when the negotiations were about to start on Monday in Vienna, and he started the war 2 days before. So basically what the Americans are doing is doing the Israeli agenda because Iran doesn't represent a danger to the U.S. national security, but Israel wants the domination of the Middle East.
Saddam, to you very quickly, if you can be, it's not just sanctions, it's also economic mismanagement. And if they don't have the money to pay off, you know, their people, as it were, in Iran, is that the biggest threat?
Yes, certainly. I mean, obviously.
Let's see, is that better? I just did a Baron. Yeah. Yeah, I muted me by accident. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be funny. Did they take down my stream too just now? Yeah, Homefront Command just saying that Israel's all clear in several different areas. But yeah, what I was saying is, so yeah, someone obviously they gave that super chat saying about how the stream is down, and I saw him live because I was going to jump in and watch him. I come over here. Usually you would see his current live, or you would see, you know, once it's done, you'd see it here. It's gone. So I don't know what he was talking about, but whatever it was, they pulled it. So that is not good. So if you can, let's see, Tom Limberg, can you tell us what he was talking about before it got pulled? That is crazy. And I will get to the other super chats as well. I appreciate you sending those. I just want to make sure everything gets organized before we do all that. Yeah, that's a good question too. How many offensive versus defensive strikes Iran has done? Let's look. Oh, they're playing their music. We don't want that. All right. Show offensive versus defensive strikes from Iran. What time period did you say? Did you give a time period? Last 10 to 15 years. All right, so while that is going, yeah, that's I'm gonna have to text Valhalla and see what happened. I'm actually gonna hit him up right now, because obviously I don't want the same thing to happen to me. I'm not sure what he was talking about, but obviously this is a little bit different type of coverage. And no, all of us YouTubers don't have each other on speed dial. It's just because he and I did a couple streams in the past that we text each other. Let's see. I'm just asking him what happened to the stream. We'll see what he says. He might be asleep by now. Well, I guess if it just recently crashed, right? All right, we'll see what he says. See if he responds tonight. So Iran strikes, offensive versus defensive. Let's see the breakdown here. It gave me way too much information. I just want the, I guess, give me like a whole report of all this stuff. So let me tell it to make it much more simple. Simplify that to just a number for each.
Iran. There are reports of explosions in Abu Dhabi and sounds of sirens in Bahrain and Kuwait. All right, we've got a team of correspondents covering the latest developments for us in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, indeed here in Doha and in Beirut, which is where we start with Zaina Hodder, who's live for us from there. So, Zaina, first up, we have this Israeli warning to residents, and now people are on the move in their masses.
Nick, there's a humanitarian crisis, a mass displacement crisis in Lebanon. Hundreds of thousands of people are on the move. Dozens of villages being evacuated in southern Lebanon. Traffic jams along the highway to reach the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Also, in the past few hours, we have watched families pick up whatever they can and leave the southern suburbs of Beirut, the area behind me, after those overnight Israeli strikes, which followed Hezbollah launching a barrage of rockets across the border. And in the past hour, there have been more airstrikes reported in southern Lebanon, and a warning from the Israeli Northern Command that Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for firing those rockets across the border. There's a lot of concern, a lot of uncertainty in Lebanon. The Lebanese political leadership has been trying to keep this country out of what they're calling a dangerous regional conflict. But yet again, Lebanon finds itself in the eye of this storm. Hezbollah, a strategic and an ideological ally of Iran, saying that it launched those barrage of rockets to avenge the death of the late Iranian leader, supreme leader.
Okay, so for that question, so basically it's summarized everything down to simplify it as much as possible. So they've had basically over like time, if you count each war, like the whole war as a strike, they've had 6 offensive strikes and 9 defensive strikes. So they've been attacked more than they've attacked others, according to this.
And amongst all of this, there are reports a senior leader of Hezbollah has been killed.
Yes, it's not clear who was targeted in those overnight strikes. There are a lot of reports that this was a targeted assassination, a high-ranking member of Hezbollah. There are reports it could be Mohammed Rad. He is a member of parliament he heads Hezbollah's parliamentary bloc. The group is not just an armed...
No, Nate hasn't responded. I would assume, I don't know how long ago the stream ended, but I would assume either he's in bed, or if I was him, I'd probably be pretty irritated right now. So if he does get back to me, then I'll let you know what he says. That's crazy, though. I've seen it happen a few times. It's happened to me twice. But there must have been something that maybe went against community guidelines or something. That's the only way I can think, or maybe there's some kind of glitch. But yeah, that's crazy. Crazy.
In the south, Hezbollah has agreed in one way or another to lay down its arms, but not in the north. And there's a political fallout following this barrage of rockets. Now, some will say that Hezbollah does not intend to open a front or open a war, if you like, that this was a limited strike. But it will also depend on how Israel sees this and whether or not this is going to become an open war like we saw in late 2024 when Israel launched a massive aerial bombardment on Hezbollah positions and areas where Hezbollah supporters live. It's very important to note that when Israel strikes back, they usually put pressure on the community that supports Hezbollah, which...
If he said goodnight and ended the stream, but the stream's not up, then that means YouTube pulled it for some reason. That's not good. Hopefully it was just a glitch. I did finally get some sleep. Maybe like 4 hours. Still got the kids and wife and all that stuff. All right. So we'll get started on some of this. If we have any alerts come in, we'll keep monitoring and watching them. So we talked about Trump. He basically just went past all the people. And he says, hey, look at this beautiful statue. And they're like, can you comment on Iran? Tell us something about Iran. And he just kept walking. There is going to be, I think it's 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. tomorrow, Central. So like, I think 8 Eastern. There's supposed to be a Pete Hegseth update, some kind of conference or something. So I'm not sure what they're going to say. Like, we're killing people and they're killing us. And then we had Hezbollah here. They issued a statement taking responsibility for the missile and drone attacks against Israel. So they officially said it was us. And it's in retaliation for Khamenei, which makes sense. And that is why Lebanon is also under attack. Trump says he would consider lifting sanctions on Iran if its new leadership proves to be a pragmatic partner. There's another news story. I'll just tell you now. It'll probably come up again. But basically, people said, who did you have in mind to take the place to lead Iran? And he says they got killed already. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if they killed him on purpose as part of all this or what. But, yeah, very interesting. I don't know who it was. He never said. So a short while ago, IDF precisely struck a senior Hezbollah terrorist in the Beirut area, Lebanon. Additionally, the IDF struck a central Hezbollah terrorist in southern Lebanon. So they're battling from multiple directions, and that's typically how it works with all this. But this is supposed to be unclassified footage of a hit. I'm not sure if there's audio. There's no audio. But very precise strikes, very targeted. Which is terrible if you consider that, because that girl's school that got hit in Iran, I think the official death toll that I've heard is 165 girls were killed in the U.S. or Israel strike on Iran that hit the girls' school. That's just insane. So I don't know how you come back from that, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. Trump says his potential candidates to lead Iran have been killed. That's not reassuring. And then we have a couple other people for Hezbollah that were killed. Mohammed Raid, I'm not sure how you say that. Parliamentary Council, a member of Hezbollah's leading Shura Council, as well as members of the Lebanese parliament were assassinated. So they're going out and they're taking out leadership. And that's probably why you guys saw some stuff saying that that Netanyahu was killed, because they're trying to, it's that fog of war. They're trying to cause like intimidation and confusion and everything else. But as far as I know, Netanyahu is good to go. So next one from Nexta. This is about the terrorists today. If you haven't heard about this, I think we actually reported on it last night, pretty late, or I should say early this morning. But a terrorist opened fire in Texas, killing 2 and injuring 14 people. 3 of the victims are in critical condition. The attacker was shot by the police. The FBI is treating it as a potential terrorist attack. This is probably in response to Khomeini and the war starting. The shooter was 53-year-old Nadigi Diajni. I have no idea how you say that. A native of Senegal who has obtained U.S. citizenship. At the time of the attack, he was wearing a sweatshirt with the inscription, "Property of Allah." And you can see it here. So he's, apparently, it seems really convenient, but, he's Islamic or Muslim. But, that would be like a trans shooter wearing a shirt that says, like, property of LGBTQ or something. It seems really strange, really convenient. But that's him. He has the gun. And, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be like a open and shut case, terrorist attack. Then we have Nexta. Iran striking Israel with ballistic missiles. 7 injured in Jerusalem. Lots of damage.
يا الله يا الله قدامك بالظبط هذا مات هذول ماتوا بالسيارة.
Now I know this particular one. This was from a ballistic missile. I think that the ballistic missile was hit and then pieces of it fell down and hit this area. I don't think this was like a direct hit explosion because you can see the car's not burnt, right? It's just damage. It's just been hit and all this rubble, but still not good.
זה הזירה פה, רמת שלמה פה, כניסה לרמת שלמה פה. صاروخ هون بالضبط قدامنا نزل بالضبط هيضرب بالسيارة هون.
And I don't know who teaches these. I mean, I don't know who teaches these people how to film stuff. It's like. Let me switch my camera. It's like when they're filming, they're going like this. Like, I understand if you're walking or something, but like, why is everything always like this in these videos? It's crazy. It drives me insane. But that's just because I have a videography background. Have a good night, Kyle Wilbur. And J.D. Vance is telling stories of how Charlie Kirk stopped World War III with a single phone call during the final days of his life. J.D. Vance admits that both he and the president were reminded by Charlie that the majority of Americans were completely done with foreign wars. Charlie Kirk reminded me of that, which is very interesting because he was definitely anti-war. And there's stuff going around, obviously his old posts and stuff saying he was against the war. He's against basically all wars, but especially that one.
Where Charlie Kirk called me, and guys, he was mad.
It's really low.
I wouldn't say the last conversation that I had with him, but it was in the last few months of his life. And he called me and he said, JD, I'm really worried. I'm really worried that what's going on in the Middle East right now is going to lead the United States into a protracted military conflict. I've never told anybody that.
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk is basically saying it's going to be a long, drawn-out, multi-year possible, definitely a multi-country issue. And we're already seeing that. Like, first 48 hours? There's a lot of innocent people, innocent countries. I don't know if you guys know Daily Fredo with Cassia, but actually I'll pull that up. But she is in Cyprus, and there were some explosions or some attacks within like 60 miles of her. Daily Fredo. But yeah, this is Cassia. So she is in Cyprus right now, and 60 miles away from her place, there were some hits. So, I mean, she's in the battle zone, basically. Very unfortunate. So I'll be praying for her. Show her lots of support. I'm not sure if she'll still record videos and stuff during it, but I would assume so. And then there's Bahrain has just been getting annihilated, and they're going after that 5th Fleet base. But it's always music. But you can see, I mean, there's just tons of damage. So Iran did exactly what they said they were going to do. Like I said yesterday, they said they were basically going to annihilate and wipe out the U.S. bases and anyone that's helping them. And they're doing a great job, I must say. Thick smoke rises over Manama following reported Iranian strikes. The fire said to be the naval base that's used as the 5th Fleet. So it's the one that we were just talking about. So you can see the skyline. They're hitting multiple spots. They're accurate. That's one thing about Iran. Their missiles are extremely, extremely accurate. So this is interesting. I don't know if you guys ever watched this guy here, but he always seems to have the opposite take of everyone else. Someone said Kasi had a broadcast yesterday. Okay, good. But he's always the opposite of everyone else. He has very strong opinions, but he thinks Khomeini wanted to die.
Coming of this school is indicative of the fact that we don't have a clear intelligence picture. Now, people say, well, Scott, we were good enough to get Ali Khamenei on the first day. We weren't that good, guys. He was sitting at home, sitting at home, sitting at home. He wanted to be killed.
So he said, I don't know if you can hear that. That's pretty low for some reason, but he said he was sitting at home. He wanted to be killed for some reason. So he's making it seem as though, you know, he basically wanted to go out as a martyr, is what he's making it seem like. And it could be true. I mean, he was 80-some years old. And this is something I talked about a little bit yesterday, but Iran used to be like a bustling city, kind of like the 70s here. You know, women didn't have to wear the hijab and that kind of stuff, or the burqas. You know, education, all that kind of stuff was booming. And don't get me wrong, because Iran still has insane like technology and hacking and like science and that kind of stuff. They're actually cutting edge in a lot of areas. But like you see the women freely walking around, wearing skirts, wearing dresses. People just seem like free and happy, right? So kind of interesting to see the transition. And then under this new leadership, these new regimes, they're telling them, you know, they're basically taking away their freedom and their rights and telling them how things are going to be. Yeah, exactly. That was before they overthrew their democracy. So someone say it's good, someone say it's bad, but so the Enforcer, again, make sure you guys go follow them. But in January, they took out, well, they didn't take him out, but they have Nicolas Maduro. February, Al-Mencho. March, Ayatollah Khomeini. So, you know, is it going to be like one per month? Because I've already heard about Cuba being on the menu. And Colombia, actually, as well. And this is Air Force One earlier today. You know, getting to the Situation Room, going very fast. Faster than usual. And the IRGC, which is the Iranian Guard, there's claims that their military command is gone. I've seen a couple different videos that might verify it, but this is supposedly footage from the launch from our ship. And those are the hits on the bases. Pretty crazy. So I've mentioned this before, and I can't say it like this is just allegations, but there's certain churches, I don't know if his specifically is one, but there's a lot of churches that are, you know, inappropriate with children. We'll just say that. That's the safest way to say it, I think. But also maybe some illegal movement of humans and that kind of stuff. But they're like cheering all this stuff on that's going on. And, you know, it's political, but he is someone that I know a lot of people highly praise, and they really like his stuff. He has books. I think they have a school, but, you know, basically they're just saying like, Donald Trump's doing great. Screw Iran. They're enemies to Israel and that kind of stuff.
God bless you, Mr. President, for being a friend of Israel. God bless you for having the courage to do what others feared to do. God bless our fighting forces in the Middle East in the brilliant execution.
But you get the idea. So I found it interesting. He was also, and actually, let me verify it before I say this. let me verify this before I say anything. Because I know they've been changing stuff with the e-files. So let me verify this. Okay. Yeah, so he's also in the e-files. I don't know if I don't know if he's done anything wrong specifically. You know, there's a lot. That was interesting. Give me 1 second here. I just had everything kind of go down. All right, we are back. That was interesting. Can you guys hear me okay? Put a 1 in chat if you can hear me and if you can see everything. I think we're good. I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. Because that's weird. I pull up the e-files. It's a pew, right? Strange timing. Kind of funny. So, Pastor Hagee is mentioned in John Hagee Ministries. There's some emails where his name's listed. So let me see if I can search here. I don't think it'll let me. It was an image, so it's not working correctly to search, but definitely in there, right? John Hagee Ministries, Hagee. John Hagee speaks with jns.org. John Hagee in the email. So I don't know if he is indicated in something specific or if he's just like on some like mass mailer for churches or something, but very strange. Very, very strange. And we're still monitoring Israel. I don't see any more alerts or anything coming in from that. I just keep checking it every once in a while to make sure we don't miss any live attacks. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City looks like it's been hit, or at least it's been smoking. So more embassies and consulates under attack. Obviously not good. Okay. This is one that I don't know if it's 100% confirmed or not, but you see how all these clusters of pieces coming off. There's some people saying that this is cluster munitions, which are illegal. To me, it might be just like flares. So they say right now, let me pause that. So this is the main missile. So all these coming off the side and everything being released from that are like decoys, like flares that go out. And obviously when the Iron Dome and stuff shoot at it, that confuses those missiles and makes them more likely to miss. That's what I think it probably is, but this has been going around today too. Like saying there's war crimes or something. And then, I don't know if you follow Christian Warrior, but he teaches churches basically how to protect themselves. And I think he does training like hands-on with people for the security teams. But he was just pointing out, the threat level is very elevated. And this isn't just in church. This is across the whole U.S. They've actually officially raised the level, I believe. So keep your head on a swivel. And Israel apparently is going to the IRGC. Remember, they were taking out protesters. I had heard thousands had been killed. They were just openly firing on them. This was before the war started. But they're saying that there's reports that Israel specifically went after those groups that targeted protesters. So technically, probably a good thing. Some payback. We have more explosions in Beirut. This is Lebanon again. And this is where Hezbollah and Hamas are firing the rockets from. So this to me looks like it's in the middle of the city.
يا رب ايه هون يا yes.
So I don't know if they're firing directly from the middle of the city, but it's kind of strange. Strange to me anyway. And then British forces on Cyprus have been told to take shelter. So this is definitely spread over there. And I know Britain, we have some stuff coming up talking about them in France, possibly thinking about getting involved or talking about the possibility of like defending their people at least. Yeah, I agree. Those sonic missiles are very impressive. The hypersonics. And actually here, we have some videos of these here. These are kind of blocking it. Let me pull it back over here. So we have a couple of videos that are showing the missiles flying by, and this is just the speed they go at.
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my god! Yo!
Let it play again.
Yo! No way! No way! No way!
So I just want to point out there, you can see the interceptors going up after the missile already hit. So that's how fast they're moving. Now watch, interceptors are up in the air. They just fired off. So, you know, there's only so much you can do. I've heard that the laser dome, I can't remember what they called it, but the lasers that hit the missiles, I think they're using those as well. I'm not sure how effective they are. Like, I know they take time to heat up and actually cause damage. So I don't think it's like a boom and it blows up. So it's not as fast. Let's see. Is there anyone in that area in chat? Is there anyone in the Middle East right now? I see some people saying they're terrified. Let's see. Someone said that sounds like Andrew Tate. That's funny. Yeah, he did a whole video. It's like, nothing going on here. I think he's in Abu Dhabi or something. There's like, nothing going on here. This is all just a big bruise. You know, we didn't even get hit. And there's videos, meanwhile, of buildings burning and stuff like that. Got some people in Canada. All right, let's get back to it. This is the foreign head ministry. He's saying that, you know, because a lot of people, they're being asked, like, why are you attacking the U.S., basically? And they're saying, we're not attacking our brothers in the Persian Gulf. We're not attacking our neighbors. We're attacking American targets. And that's Abbas Arachi. This is not our fault. We're attacked. Our brothers expect us to sit and watch as the Americans attack us using bases and facilities on their territories. Great logic. The U.S. and Israel struck us. There's a hotel in the UAE and a high-rise in Bahrain for you. As it turns out, Iranians can spin lies. So, you know, they're obviously protecting themselves, and everyone has a right to self-defense. But they did hit some hotels. They've targeted areas that have nothing to do with the military. And there have been, obviously, some U.S. casualties. So, again, that's fog of war. Make yourself look good. Make the other people look bad. I think we might have a launch, but not incoming yet. Okay. And then we have these Eurofighter Typhoons. I saw these earlier, too, when I was monitoring everything. And they're doing combat controls, possibly, over the Eastern Mediterranean. And that is because of those strikes. There's a drone, apparently. That's been confirmed. And you can see these little Eurofighters here on the map. And typically, I saw a couple here earlier today. But they're just these small little icons on here. I don't see any right now. And then we have more footage, more explosions. Let me check the cams. Yeah, we're still good there. Okay. But this is more strikes. You know, usually a lot of people are saying, like, how would they get all this video? Well, it's actually the planes and the helicopters and drones, like the Reaper drones and things, that are actively monitoring and recording this stuff. And they do it to make sure they've hit their target. They want confirmation. And this has always been done in different ways. And then there was a Tehran hospital that was hit. There's also an Israeli hospital that was hit. And then there's this girl here. She was, a while back, she was lighting Khomeini on fire. And then she just, I won't play the video because there's probably some music or something in there. But basically back then, she lit him on fire, and now she's celebrating that he's gone. So, you know, there is some truth that the Iranians are happy about this. Is there sound? There's no sound. So this is one of the drones. So it's an AGM-114 Hellfire that is launched from an MQ-9 Reaper. And I believe it's launching at another drone. You can see it flying off there. But pretty cool. And I think some of these were used in the strikes that Obama did when he was taking people out. But they're pretty impressive, and they're bigger than most people think. I keep hearing alarms, and then they cancel them quick. All right, I think we're good. And then this is more just alerts. This is in Cyprus now. And if you're not familiar with where Cyprus is, I'll let that finish. But Cyprus is up here. So it's this island. Obviously not in Israel. And obviously Iran is way over here. So for them to get targeted that far away, especially accurately, this time with drones, it's kind of messed up. But it sounds like we have maybe some military stuff there, or at least the UK does. And again, that's where Kasi is, so keep praying for her. That is our live. Let me turn that down. So that's the problem with having all these cameras at once. There's just a bunch of random noise. Vehicles honking and stuff. So France, UK, and Germany said they will take steps to defend our interests and those of our allies in the region, including potentially enabling necessary and proportionate defense to destroy Iran's missiles and drone launch capability. And the reason they want to do this, obviously, is because they were attacked in Cyprus. We have more footage of strikes. This is on air defense in Tehran, Iran. And obviously there's no internet there. I think there might be some Starlink, possibly. But there's not much footage coming out. Obviously this is military footage. But you see the precision. Let's see. Moon Goddess, yes, I have heard from Kasia. I just reached out and said, hey, how are you doing? Everything okay? And sounds like she's good. She's been on X talking about it. So I don't think she's been in like immediate danger or anything like that. But I can't speak for her. But it seems like she's good. All right. More damage. This is a police station in Iran. So, you know, they're getting hit pretty hard. They're destroying everything, trying to completely decapitate them. And these are big strikes. You see a difference here, like these strikes are taking out the entire building and leaving just like the metal frame. And if you look at some of the strikes in other places, like in Israel, you'll see like a hole in a building or a portion of the foundation hit or something like that. So these are very powerful munitions that are being used and probably extremely expensive. Someone said their mom died on March 4th. I'm sorry to hear that. At the anniversary. ATC reports lots of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. I don't know what LOTS is, but it sounds like it's an ongoing thing, and I haven't seen a lot of updates on it since this morning. So I'm looking right now to see if there's any more ongoing attacks for that right now. Yeah, I don't see any updates on it. Let's see. Insta opinion, thanks for letting me know the audio was off. I appreciate that. All right, let me get back to it. This is more footage of the missiles. Look at that. These are interceptors going up. And then watch. Boom. You see that? So that last second, we'll watch it again. And this is, I think this is the same hit that we saw earlier, just from a different camera. But you'll see that missile come in, and then all the interceptors go up, and then last second it goes boom, it just flies past them. So there's interceptors. Another set of interceptors. So long, wait. So watch. So interceptors are up, and then watch the missile right there.
Oh my God.
Right here, when it flies by, boom. So it always says that last second burst.
Yo!
So that's, I mean, that makes them extremely difficult to intercept. As you can see, there's probably, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, probably 10 interceptors fired at this one missile. And all it had to do was that last second burst, the hypersonic stage. They didn't stand a chance. Trump told the Daily Mail that he estimates that the campaign will last around 4 weeks. That's what I was telling you earlier. Basically a month is what he's predicting. I would say that's probably, based on what I'm seeing right now, with Cyprus and everything else, and the possibility, we don't even know yet if anyone else is going to get involved, like North Korea, China, Russia. And if those other countries provide, so say for example, if the missiles run out for Iran, Russia could just provide them more missiles, right? So like they can keep going for a longer period of time. And I don't know where he came up with 4 weeks. Maybe they just have 4 weeks of, well, maybe the U.S.'s part is 4 weeks. That could be a possibility. You know, they could do like a 4-week campaign, take out all the leadership, which they basically have done, decapitate everything, take out the air defense, take out the IRGC, and then basically, you know, leave a beat-up country and tell the people to take it over, and then the U.S. just pulls out, and Israel continues. I don't know. We'll see. And we talked about this already. This was that Mr. Diagni in Austin, the shooting and everything. We found more details, but this is just people scrambling. This is just a video from inside when it was happening. You hear someone laughing. Pretty strange. But it looks like it might be in a bar, so maybe she's drunk. I don't know. But I don't know if I'd be laughing if there was an active shooter situation. And then, of course, we have everyone's favorite senator, Mr. Graham.
Is President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do. I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse. The captain of the ship, the Ayatollah, is stone cold dead. All is President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do.
You guys remember Max Headroom? I want to pull him up, but I won't. But that was a funny joke. I approve. So basically, he's saying that Cuba's next. And as we've seen, it's basically been one per month. Could be very possible. But again, people say, what's the plan after? right? They take out all these leaders. They destabilize everything. Trump has said that the people he wanted to install in Iran have already been killed during this conflict. So is that just going to leave a wide open gap of no leadership? And there's the whole, I think his name is Jonathan Kahn. He was talking today about like the number 2. So if you look at like, I think he said Stalin. I'm trying to think of all the different leaders he was talking about. It was, wait, what is that? Oh, must be a ambulance on the live cam. Wow. Interesting. But he was saying basically, you know, Hitler, Stalin, and a bunch of others were the number 2 guy. Meaning that they had some mentor or someone above them, and they kind of like weaseled their way in and like seized control, and they were way worse than the person above them, right? So he's saying that, you know, Khomeini may be gone, but now whoever rises up in his place, which I think right now is 3 different guys, you know, it could be significantly worse. Fox News reports there will be enhanced security measures at the U.S. Capitol. Obviously makes a lot of sense. And into Monday, because of concerns about terrorism in the wake of the ongoing conflict with Iran. I also am curious, too, if the ballroom was being built for this purpose. A lot of people think the ballroom is a bunker, like a hardened bunker with like nuclear capabilities possibly or something. But that would be interesting if they, you know, finished the ballroom and said, hey, we're good to go. Let's go on Iran. This is just talking about more sirens, projectiles. This is specifically from Lebanon. So Israel's getting hit from, you know, from the, I guess would that be their east? They're getting hit from the east from Iran, and then they're getting hit from the north from Lebanon, from Hezbollah. And that's not, I mean, it's not an easy war. I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about this. But, you know, if you get attacked from all angles, all sides, that's pretty rough. Okay, this for the people that were saying they like the hypersonic missiles, this is probably, I'll say this is probably like top 3 for the most badass video that's come out so far during all of this. Let me see if there's any sound on it. But watch it go. This is them flying. This is a real video. I've already checked. I've done all the AI testing and all that kind of stuff in Ask Rock. But it's missiles flying by in the sky so fast that they leave white or red streaks because they're actually like changing the molecules in the atmosphere as they're flying by.
Whoa, did you see that? That was fast.
You see that?
Look how you run. Listen to that sound. Shaking it. I don't know what.
Whoa, did you see that? That was fast.
Look how you run. Listen to that sound.
Isn't that insane? Like when I first saw this, I was like, there's no way that's real. And then I verified it. It's real. Absolutely insane. So I guess the good part is you won't see it coming, right? Like if you're in the path of it, it's going to hit you before you even realize what happened. Yeah, exactly. I can't imagine being there. Absolutely insane. And yeah, that's the Iranian ballistic missiles. They're launched from Iran. That's not ours. That is not ours. And I think from what I heard, most of the stuff we're firing is cruise missiles, actually, which are much slower. William, thanks for the super. I don't like him, but he's correct. Remember the Savak under the previous Shah. He was no saint either. Yep. So I think this might be a situation where the number 2 or number 3 or 4, whatever we end up with, guy, is going to be significantly worse. And people have said the same thing about Putin. You know, they're like, when Putin's gone, you know, like, and that might be part of the reason why there hasn't been like a attempted decapitation strike on Russia and Putin. besides the whole dead hand thing, I don't know if you know about the dead hand system. That's where something happens to Putin or his upper leadership, and within a certain period of time, they don't respond or put in a code or whatever system they have in place. This is from the Soviet days, but they don't automatically fire the nukes. So, yeah. But number two, under Putin, could be significantly worse than Putin himself. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll play this other video, but give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Resilience level, the tolerance of the pain in Iran is extremely high. Let's remember, this country have been invaded just at the beginning of the Second World War, Russians and Brits back then. And then there has been a revolution in '79 and 8 years of a bloody war with Iraq. So officially, more than 250,000 people have been killed during the war that lasted for 8 years, starting from 1980 up until '88. But unofficially, many believe that it was over 1 million people who have been killed during that war. And then the sanctions, all the tensions with the global powers, Israel, the USA, the Western countries, and so on, and the economic hardships and so on. So in that sense, the country somehow adopted itself to leave or to continue with very limited resources and to absorb the pain. So that's why, particularly in the last war, 12 days war, they have seen that being able to absorb the pain and the pressure for a longer period perhaps is going to be the only way that they can deal with the United States and with Israel's tremendous resources.
Okay, so their tolerance for pain is high, but how long can it continue to respond by striking back against Israel and indeed striking around the region here?
Yeah, indeed. That is also another concern for Iranians. So last time in June, we have seen that Iranians will simply attack Israel with a barrage of the rockets, the missiles, tons of them being fired at once. Now we're seeing that it is low intensity, but it is constant. And two reasons for that. First, is Iranians, they have realized that actually the Israelis' tolerance of pain also is quite high. So what to do then? Keep it constant, keep them on alert always, and make sure that their life also is not going to be normalized, not going to be interrupted. They're not seeking for the interruption. They are seeking for a constant abnormalcy in Iran and in Israel. And to achieve that, they need to keep low intensity, but constant. Another thing, the reason for that is because Iran's missile and drone stocks are also limited at the end of the day, and they're preparing for a prolonged war. They do not want to deplete their resources. So if it's going to last for months, then they should be careful how much of them, their ammunition that they are using, and how long they can go on. So that is a part of their strategy.
The countries in the Gulf region bearing the brunt are being targeted very much by Iran. How long can they continue to absorb Iranian strikes?
Indeed. I think Iranians are playing on this big time. So as they have realized that the Israelis' tolerance of pain is high during the last war, now they're raising the cost for the United States, so they changed the strategy, and they're raising the cost for the regional countries because they believe the regional countries' fragility is quite something. So by constantly firing drones and missiles and close to the regional countries, so far there has been 8-9 countries in the region that has been coming under Iranian attack, and closing the airspaces, closing the shopping malls, simply putting the life on a hold.
So I just want to show you this here really quick. This is an F-15E, and it got hit by friendly fire. This was in, let's see, this is in Kuwait. So they got hit, and then it starts spinning out, and then it drops. There's another video. Where is it here? Shows it like kind of free falling. like right here. So it looks fake, but it's real. But I saw this earlier. I didn't want to necessarily show it because I didn't want to show someone. But there's good news. Apparently, the pilot and the weapons system officer, so 2 people on board the F-15 Strike Eagle that crashed in Kuwait. So good news there. He does not look happy, but he did survive.
يا الربع تو نازل من الباراشوت صدنا الباراشوت
Parachute.
حق طين.
So definitely got lucky, but they made it alive. Kind of crazy though. And I mean, again, that's friendly fire. So that means someone else hit them. I don't know if it was another. They don't. A battery. Let's see. Some ground defense, you know. But good news, definitely. I was worried about that earlier. All right, so someone was asking about Iran's. Let's see. Those are in the way there. Someone was asking about Iran and their missiles, saying that Russia made them. So let's look. Iran's military actions. Let me make these bigger. There we go. Let's see. Last 15 years. Have been missiles and drones that the Shahed drones are very popular. They're being used in Ukraine and Russia. They've been used in the Middle East. And apparently the U.S. has a new drone that basically copies their design. And there were rumors that Elon Musk basically debunked them. But there were rumors that they had some kind of Starlink capability to where they could still function and target even if GPS went down. But we know they have that capability. But we're looking at their missiles. So Iran's actions are framed in Tehran. Let's see. Let's get to this. They always give so much extra information you don't need. All right, here we go. So defensive strikes. Went too far. All right. So we're actually going to show the individual missiles here. And Iran domestically produces a wide range of ballistic missiles through organizations like the Aerospace Industries Organization, AIO, and the ARGC, often building on foreign designs, right? So they might not invent it, but they're building it and modifying it, kind of like China does with our improve it. They make it their own. So you have the Fatah 110, 200 to 300 kilometers. They talk about fuel and a bunch of other details, so I won't bore you with that. But this lists them all here. But here's the Fatah 110. This is one of the most common ones I think that have been fired in this conflict so far. They have the Zulfigar, the Shahab, the EMAD. They have, I mean, there's tons of them. The Sejil. Just, you know, one after another. And I remember seeing something about this one. I think this is one of the hypersonics. Yeah, this hypersonic missile. And you can usually tell by the wings and the way the front's shaped. But this is probably some of the ones that we're seeing just like fly past the air defense. But pretty interesting. Pretty cool stuff overall. I like learning about that kind of stuff. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that the Enforcer is really good at, is the history of the weapons and the weapon systems and that kind of thing. I'm just checking. I keep hearing alarms start, and then they stop quickly after. I'm not sure if that's an issue with the system or what. All right. So this is from Iran. Obviously, they're getting hit. This is more proof. Huge explosion off on the horizon. I mean, if you consider how far away that is based on the size of the buildings, that is a monster explosion. I don't know. I know the B-2s were sent out, and possibly one got hit. Which I think this might actually be that explosion. Now that I'm looking at this picture, we have that coming up here in a second, though. So multiple tankers are departing the different bases, and they're coming from Spain and Madrid. So, like I said, the other countries might start to get involved a little bit more. And I don't know if they're going to be directly in the conflict, but they may be support. And in this case, this would be refuelers. We have more of this type of stuff happening at the embassies. They're just opening fire. Shootouts, riots. So, I mean, this is I would assume, they say militants. I assume this is Islamic militants, but this isn't Baghdad, U.S. Embassy. And this has happened at multiple embassies and multiple consulates where they just start opening fire on people. And there was something originally this morning that said the FS Charles de Gaulle, which is a aircraft carrier of France, was heading to help. And then shortly after, it was said that they weren't. So I don't know if that was like a operational security type of thing. Not 100% sure. And for people that are asking, yes, I am monitoring what's going on real time as well. I have it in my ear, so I can hear the reports and I can hear the alerts that go off when they're getting ready to attack. So I'm just going over this other stuff while there's nothing else going on, basically. Excuse me. It looks like some drone strikes were hitting in Saudi Arabia as well. So the drones are starting to be a little bit more heavily used. And obviously, the drones are cheaper. Apparently, a very expensive, I heard up to $1 billion radar system was hit with a drone and completely knocked it off. Line, probably a few $1,000 drone versus $1 billion radar system. So, not good, especially for the taxpayer. But here's some more evading. So here's your interceptors going up.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
So that's that same view from before, but from a different person, different filming. So it's just, to me, it's just fascinating how the missiles come in, and in that last second, I don't know if they can sense the other interceptors and stuff coming up to them or not, but that last second, they just boom, they just like, you know, double, triple in speed. And there's some rumors that Saudi Arabia was going to be fighting too that came from Trump. I haven't been able to confirm that, so I don't know if that's a thing or not, but that was going around today as well. I won't make you listen to Starmer, but yeah, based on Bahrain and their men almost getting killed, they're starting to get pretty concerned, which makes sense. And this is Anna Paulina. I'll just let her tell you.
And what I will say is for parents that have their children in the military and or if you are married to a service member, your friend, etc. First of all, President Trump, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense have a very well-planned tactics ahead. And your children are not going to be put in harm's way for unnecessary action. The president, the White House, and this administration has made it very clear that they are not pursuing boots on the ground. This is simply not what the Democrat media is saying in that it's regime change. Ultimately, what we were made aware of is in the southern belt of Iran, there was actually short-range missiles that were posing direct threat. And remember, during the peace talks last week with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the Iranian regime was completely obstinate in not wanting to actually negotiate in good faith. They wanted to continue with a nuclear enrichment program, which President Trump has been very consistent, as well as bipartisan membership in Congress to never accept. And as a result of those failed negotiations on the part of Iran, you saw action take taken place by the U.S. government. But to be clear, we even offered them a permanent supply of nuclear fuel so that they could have clean nuclear energy as a part of those negotiations. And so you are seeing a big propaganda arm come out of what is left of the Iranian regime. But I will make it clear that this administration has no intention of putting boots on the ground. And I believe that President Trump is being very, very thoughtful of our service members, and I'm supporting him at this time with his action.
Congresswoman, you always give us so much information in such a short period of time, and for that we are so grateful, and thank you for being with us tonight. We certainly appreciate it.
And for those of you that have been paying attention, Anna Paulina Luna, she's the same one that kind of gave away that Erica Kirk didn't have her kids. I don't know if that turned out to be true or not, but she's the one that just like casually was like, you know, since she doesn't have her children, and then like corrected herself. So, but yeah, she's looks like she's saying, I don't know if you actually paid attention to what she said or not, but she is publicly guaranteeing families of the U.S. their children will not be put in harm's way. I don't know how you can make that promise, right? We've already had, as far as I know, at least three service members that died. So I think that was kind of a stupid statement, to be honest. Obviously, you can't prevent them from getting hurt if they get hit or bombed or whatever. There's already been 3 that died. So what about those? Maybe she means, you know, the younger children, like getting conscripted or something like that. But I don't think that's what she meant. And I just thought this was awesome. Again, this is like the beauty of war, right? War is terrible. People die. Regimes fall. But the equipment, the technology, I find extremely, extremely interesting. I know staticky sounding, but yeah, the afterburners and everything. This is pretty cool stuff. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this isn't what they voted for. You know, yeah. War is never what anyone votes for, unless you're Lindsey Graham. It's terrible, but you know, we have to. It's going to happen, whether we want it to or not. But these are rocket launches. This is coming from Lebanon. Interceptors and rockets, and the interceptors can easily take out the rockets because they're much slower. So, yeah, I pray for no boots on the ground either. We will find out, but we'll see. Let's see here. I'm just looking at chat. Let's see if Valhalla responded. I'm assuming he's sleeping. All right. Yeah, I haven't seen a response yet. Now this is like a barrage, like it's raining down Iranian missiles. So I don't care how great your system is supposed to be, it's not stopping this. Those are all missiles coming in. So you see occasional ones that get intercepted, but when you have that many, it's impossible. Because they may have more interceptors, but they have to reload and fire again, and they can't keep up. And this is kind of what happened during the 12-Day War. Do you remember those initial images where I think it was 200 that were launched? So they usually launch drones first, and then the drones, as they come in, all the air defense fires, so they have less available, and then all of a sudden behind that comes the hypersonics, and then there's not as much, not as many missiles to intercept. At least not ready. But that is just crazy. I would not want to see that. There was a, let's see, where's this one at? No, that's the same. That's Bahrain. Yeah, so there's reports that ships have been hit in the Strait of Hormuz. And I believe so far it's been 4 different ships. I do have a video of it coming up. But that's why they were telling ships, remember they put that report out that said, good night, Poison Ivy. But there was some stuff that came out saying that 4 ships got hit. And remember they said turn back around. And some ships went in anyway. So you're asking for it in that case. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but so there was some kind of incident in Jerusalem, massive forces at the scene, lots of police officers, but people are guessing that some major figure, some major military or political or whatever it may be figure in Israel, in Jerusalem, was hit. So that maybe that's why some people thought it was Netanyahu. But this response, look at this. So we still don't know exactly what that was. But it looks like every police car in the area all came at once. So, again, I don't know exactly what that ended up being. But definitely something very important. And then, more Tehran. I won't play these, but tons of strikes going on. Trump said they had at least, I think he said 7 days of planned strikes. And then within 30 days, he expected this to all be done. I doubt that. I highly doubt that. But BB's in his ballroom safe. Yeah. Maybe they're in the ballroom dancing together. And then this is just, again, talking about Cyprus, United Kingdom. They had drones that hit. This is those raining down again. But this is interesting. So, obviously, Iran didn't technically start this. But they've directly or indirectly attacked 15 different countries. Israel, U.S., UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or Qatar, depending on how you say it. Kuwait, Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Oman, Syria, Cyprus, France, because they were in the UAE, Italy, because of Kuwait, and the UK, because of Cyprus. So, technically, if you look at it that way, you could say this is a world war. There's so many people involved. This is that stealth drone. We saw that shooting earlier. All right. So that's basically all the explosions, all the things that happen throughout the day, all the players that are involved. So that's like a summary of all of that stuff. So we'll go to live monitoring now. And obviously, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to put it in chat, and I'll try and go over that stuff as well at the same time. But I will get back to Al Jazeera and live monitoring again.
Who will be deployed to the northern front, meaning the area closer to Lebanon and Syria. There are those who are saying that maybe the attacks from Iran are a signal that they wanted to retaliate for the killing of the Iranian Islamic Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but they are not interested in a wide scale and full war. And that's why Israel needs to understand the message, as Hezbollah had to respond to that killing as a very strong ally of Iran, but that they should not be delving into more than that. Yet you have, on the other hand, the other analysts who are saying that maybe that's exactly what Israel had wanted. That's exactly what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wanted, who has already been talking about wanting to retaliate against Hezbollah, saying it's refusing to disarm, saying that the party has.
So if you're in flight radar and you ever see this Globemaster, this is like the movement of like massively large loads of cargo or, military gear. So whenever you see these Globemasters on there, they're moving some stuff. And a lot of these came in to supply everything for this entire, oops, I hit the mic. A lot of stuff came in for this entire operation. And that's what those planes are doing. And they also get refueled by the Globemasters, or not the Globemaster, but the Stratotankers.
The Israeli army has intensified its strikes. The Israeli army's chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, saying that the army and people should be prepared for many, many days of fighting. So all of that is something that we'll be waiting to see. But if we were to talk about the Iranian front, this morning we've seen at least 3 waves of Iranian strikes headed towards central and northern Israel. We've heard really very loud noises of impact that could be potentially voices of interception or could be of rockets. But interestingly or not, the Israeli ambulance service has said that it registered and recorded no injuries, just 9 people as they were making their way to the protected and fortified places. So it remains to be seen whether these 3 waves of rockets have succeeded in penetrating the Israeli defense systems or caused any damage. This is something that we'll likely know in the next few hours.
Yeah. On that, Nida, I'm just wondering, is it possible to gauge the degree of response that's coming into Israel from Iran in terms of the numbers? Have been people surprised by the quantity or otherwise of what's coming in?
Well, Nick, first of all, we should point out that for 9 hours almost, the rockets from Iran had taken a break, and then they picked up early in the morning. And it's hard to tell how much damage, as we've been saying, because of the intense Israeli censorship over people sharing any pictures or information or videos of the damage or casualties caused. But indeed, this Israeli media, mainly the Israeli Broadcasting Authority, has been saying that there is a sense of unity amongst Israelis that they need to fight this war, that they're backing their government. But remember, we are still in day 3. So it's too soon and too early to tell how the public will react if this bombardment keeps happening. Of course, you have the officials telling their people that they can be patient because Israel is working in Tehran and as well as other Iranian cities to disempower the Iranians' possibility of launching rockets. But not only that, they are weakening their defense systems so they can continue bombarding their space at ease. So that's something that the Israeli officials have been promising, and Israeli military officials as well have been promising the public to do. So in terms of the reaction, in the first day it was seen as a weak one by Israelis. The second day it intensified with the killing of 9 Israelis that was announced only later. And now we don't have information about the number of casualties, but it seems to be that it was difficult hits this morning. I'm just gauging from the sounds that we've heard, and some of the impacts made louder noises than usual.
All right, that's Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. Well, a top Iranian official has rejected Donald Trump's claims that Tehran is seeking negotiations ahead of the Supreme National Security Council. Ali Laranjani posted on X, and he said, "We will not negotiate with the United States." Trump plunged the region into chaos with his delusional fantasies and now fears more American troop casualties. Laranjani goes on to say, "Today, the Iranian nation is defending itself. The armed forces of Iran did not initiate this aggression." Let's go to Tahid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. And Tahid, Iran remaining defiant. Laranjani saying it will not negotiate with the United States.
Yes, indeed. It's just an echo of the statements that we earlier heard from other Iranian officials, including diplomatic sources. And as I had the chance to interview the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, following the initiation of these strikes, and I asked him about the hope for diplomacy, the answer was almost similar to what we heard from Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary. And they're saying that at least there is a reasoning based on 2 past experiences to not be that much optimistic, not that much positive when it comes to the trajectory of diplomatic engagement with the United States. The first one dates back to June, when the country, Iran, was engaged in a negotiation with the United States, while all of a sudden it faced a actually campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis. And right now, we have been witnessing a repetition of the same pattern that we were actually expecting a next round of talks between the two sides. 2 rounds indeed, one for the technicalities, which was intended to be held on Monday, I mean today. And also the Iranian foreign minister talked about the possibility of a next round of indirect talks between Tehran and Washington for the week ahead. But right now, what we are witnessing is a sort of attack, a sudden attack in the middle of this diplomatic engagement, which gives sufficient.
So you asked if any of our ships have been hit. USS Lincoln was supposedly hit. There were definitely tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. I think there was 4 different ones. But based on the research, it's saying that IRGC, so Iran is claiming that yesterday, before midnight, it struck a carrier with 4 ballistic missiles in the Arabian Sea. And so U.S. Central Command, of course, they explicitly deny this, stating the ship was not hit. The missiles did not even come close. It's operating normally, and it's saying that there's no evidence of damage from satellite imagery. So based on everything I can find, it looks like it was not hit.
From Tehran to Washington, D.C., and President Trump says the United States will continue to strike Iran.
These actions are right, and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do.
Let's talk to Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. And Ros, Trump there saying the strikes will continue. He had also talked to the possibility of talking to Iran, but that's something that's been completely discounted by Iran Security Chief Ali Larijani.
Not only is Mr. Larijani discounting the possibility of any sort of negotiations, there have also been conflicting messages coming from within the Trump administration about whether or not there are any off-ramps, as it were, from 3 days of military action carried out by the U.S. and Israel against Iran, even though at one turn the president will suggest that possibility of negotiations could resume. In the next breath, either he or one of his unnamed aides will say, no, this military campaign is going to continue not for days, but perhaps for several weeks until the goals have been achieved. Now, all of this begs the question, well, what are the goals? What is the end point? Well, we might start to hear some answers at 13 GMT. That's when Pete Hegseth, who is the chief over at the Pentagon, as well as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, speak to reporters for the first time since this military operation has gotten underway about what is happening inside Iran, what the U.S. military is trying to achieve, how long it will have the capability to do so. Then we also understand that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be on Capitol Hill both on Monday and on Tuesday to brief legislators about the intelligence leading up to the decision to go to war against Iran. Up until now, there has not been a full-throated, clear public explanation, either in a presidential address or in a national press conference. We expect that we will start to hear some answers, whether or not they're satisfactory, starting Monday morning here in Washington.
All right, so Donald Trump saying the strikes will continue. Let's head back to Tehran, Tauhid Asadi. Tauhid, so tell us there what you're experiencing in terms of, and what you're hearing about in terms of incoming strikes across the country.
Both in terms of incoming and outcoming strikes, there are lines coming, first of all, over the past few hours. I can say starting from midnight up until I would say 1 or 2 hours ago, we were witnessing the continuation of the Israeli strikes. The massive sounds of explosion were being heard, and the impact was quite tangible here at the Bureau of Al Jazeera in Tehran, showing that we are witnessing this continuation of strikes and the impact is not just limited to the military headquarters or political centers, but it goes to very civilian infrastructures and residential areas, as I was witnessing that several buildings belonging to very ordinary citizens were also, in some cases, damaged, in others, demolished fully, and that shows the scope of the situation. And that doesn't stop here in the capital, as we have received reports from Sanandaj, from Ahvaz, from different cities across the country, showing the, let's say, scope of these strikes taking place on the one hand. And on the other hand, we've got this statement, as I was explaining earlier, from IRGC saying that they are continuing to strike back. And that comes in the context of the major blow that they just experienced. We know that the commander-in-chief of IRGC was killed, and that's quite similar to June attacks, when the back in time commander of these forces were killed. So in a sense, they're trying to strike back with rather a stronger way. And on that, we know that in this last 10th wave, they are using Khaybar missiles. These are hypersonic, actually, mid or long range missiles that they are using. And indeed, it was unveiled back in 2023, one of the most maybe recent military technologies of the country that they are using to strike back the Israelis. And according to the statement that we received from IRGC, they are targeting in this recent wave of strikes the military areas in Tel Aviv.
All right, Iran under assault from the skies, as Tahid explained there, but also, as he said, firing missiles out. Let's get the situation on that. We can join Zain Bazravi in Doha. And Zain, we're seeing a lot of strikes happening across the Gulf region, and that includes here in Doha, in Qatar, and indeed in Kuwait.
That is correct. Day 3 of this conflict, and it is very similar this morning in the GCC countries. In Doha, we woke up this morning around 8 a.m. local time, about 5 GMT, once again to the sounds of those thuds, those loud explosions of interceptions of Iranian missiles and drones by those Patriot systems that have become all too familiar for the residents of Qatar, of Doha. We're also hearing of air alarms going off in Bahrain, as well as strikes on, once again, the UAE, and an incident in Kuwait, which is of great concern. A U.S. fighter jet, a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, according to social media videos, seeming to crash in Kuwait. It is spinning, there was smoke trailing, part of the fuselage, part of the airplane was on fire as it was coming down. Social media video does show that the pilots did manage to eject. There were other follow-up clips appearing to show them being helped by locals, putting them into vehicles, transporting them away from the crash site. But a thick plume of smoke was rising over the Al Jahra area of Kuwait following the crash. Social media footage once again showing firefighting crews were at the scene. Now, this impact may have happened near the Ali Al Salem Air Base, which is in use by U.S. forces. We're still waiting for any official confirmation at this stage. But another report emerging from Kuwait, smoke was seen rising from the vicinity of the U.S. Embassy.
So we have this interesting report here. So apparently this is in the Strait of Hormuz, and this is one of these big tankers. It says staff on a Chinese vessel near the Strait of Hormuz shared the ship's clocks are disrupted and spinning very fast. GPS signals are completely messed up. The stationary ship showed a speed of 33 knots. This is why China developed its own system, the Beidou navigation system. But it's interesting. So if you look at the instruments, everything's going haywire. They show it like they're sitting in one place. They're not even moving, and it's showing 33 knots. And then you'll see here in a second, you'll see the clock spinning. Look at that. So there's obviously GPS jamming and electronic warfare happening. But this goes to show you just how crazy it can be. Very interesting.
As the US headquarters for the Operation CENTCOM released new pictures of Operation Epic Fury, it also confirmed the first US military deaths. 3 service personnel killed, 5 others injured. It's reported they were based in Kuwait, one of Iran's retaliation targets. The names of the dead have not been released. The families will be informed first. In a series of media calls on Saturday, Donald Trump refused to put a time limit on the war, insisting it will continue for as long as necessary. One of his biggest supporters hailed the president's actions.
The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. The largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is close to collapsing. The leader of the largest state sponsor of terrorism and his inner team are dead.
But Democrats are calling for an emergency debate in Congress on the next steps.
Americans want him to focus on the crises here at home. Instead, he is busy getting us involved in quagmires overseas that already are becoming deadly to American soldiers.
Donald Trump says he intends to speak to the Iranians in the next couple of days, but added he has no idea who will be on the other end of the call because of the level of damage inflicted on the Iranian leadership. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the White House.
Well, the foreign ministers of the Gulf Cooperation Council have condemned Iran's attacks targeting the region in a joint statement. The GCC has called them grave violations of sovereignty, good neighbourliness, international law, particularly due to the targeting of civilians and civilian objects.
And I don't know what you would call them. They're like underground hardened bunkers deep in the mountain, and they just have endless amounts of, oh, there's music, I can't play that, but they just have endless amounts of these Shahed drones and who knows what else, as well as missiles. And this goes on for, you know, miles underneath the mountains. So, you know, people say they're going to run out of supplies. They've been stockpiling this stuff for a long time. So, and that, you know, whenever this stuff starts to happen, they start to release these videos. Could this be AI? Possibly. But there's been real videos that have come out that are very similar to this. So, and obviously they're flying a drone through here right now. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. There's one other thing that came out too. Let me pull it up here really quick. So apparently Kim Jong-un, obviously North Korea, he's saying if Iran wants, we can provide them with missiles against Israel. One such missile could destroy all of Israel. I assume he's referring to a nuclear missile. So Kim Jong-un is offering nukes to Iran. If Iran was smart, they won't take it, obviously. And then there's a Aramco oil refinery that was hit in Saudi Arabia. And there's this huge plume right here. The whole horizon, basically, looks like it's on fire.
To stop this aggression against the country
so
as well.
Leverage is a calculation, is it, Abbas? Because, you know, realistically, this is a time when Iran needs friends, not enemies.
There's not just merely a leverage. It might be the side effect of, let's say, those attacks. Iran is saying that it is targeting the American interests or the facilities that its forces are using. But unfortunately, this is also impacting the relations with neighboring countries. And so this is something which was, you know, envisioned before this, you know, conflict began. And the prospect of a regional war was warned by Iran, and many in the region also warned. And that's why they were trying to convince the United States to engage in negotiations. And those talks were happening. Despite that significant progress, even admitted by the United States officials, Omani foreign minister, Iranian officials, we saw that United States attacked the country, you know, in addition to Israel. So that's why, you know, this is not the beginning point, is not the Iranian response, but this is the reaction to the actions of the U.S. and Israel.
Okay, but would the leadership not be concerned by statements coming out of the GCC, which states, the GCC states reserving their legal right to respond and to take all necessary measures?
We are seeing that the Iranian officials, including the foreign minister, are in contact with the regional, let's say, officials. They are trying to make sure that they can somehow handle the situation as far as they can. Yes, Tehran could be worried about the quality of relations with those countries. But this is a kind of a situation that Iran sees no option but to do so. And what Tehran is arguing is that it is not targeting those countries, but the American presence in those countries. And Iran has been also criticizing those countries for allowing their airspace or territory to be used, for initiating attacks against Iran. So that's why this is also taking place. We also have similar complaint from the Iranian side, but this is impacting the relations. We hope that this, war can stop and that the situation can get better in future.
We've seen this continuing barrage of missiles coming out of Tehran and Iran. How much capability does Iran have to continue firing these missiles out of the country into the neighboring countries?
Iran was not caught off guard this time, and there was not a surprise for the country. And they had planned for this, and they had planned for quite a long time. And we were hearing from some military commanders saying that they are even ready for a prolonged one. And we are seeing that the leader is gone, high-ranking military commanders, including the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, the Defense Minister, the Secretary of the Defense Council. But yet, Iranian military armed forces are responding to American and Israeli targets. And this is continuing. We have been seeing no change or stop in this. And this indicates that architecture or the system that had been created, or those plans which were made, could also continue to work. And there is no, let's say, concern in this regard that this will stop sometime. And what we are hearing is that even we have not been seeing any change in the tone from the officials in the country. Even Iranian top security chief said that Iran will not negotiate with the United States. So this indicates that we are witnessing a continuity in terms of the political rhetoric and stance. And this is, backed by that military capabilities, apparently.
Abbas, appreciate your perspective. Abbas Aslani joining us there from Tehran. Thank you, sir. Well, the president of Cyprus has confirmed the United Kingdom's Royal Air Force base on the island has sustained minor damage in a drone strike. Nikos Christodoulidis says it struck the base in Akrotiri on Cyprus's southern coast overnight. It's located in British territory and marks the first time the UK or EU territory has been impacted since the conflict began. He says authorities have been put on alert and confirmed the country has no intention of taking any military action or participating in any way. Well, now, from propping up Iran's last Shah to killing the supreme leader, the United States has a long history of interference with Tehran's affairs. Paddy Culhane takes a look at how the two nations have grown from being allies to adversaries.
The Shah of Persia has been paying a state visit to President Truman.
For more than 80 years, U.S. presidents have put in...
I'm pretty sure they're going to try and do copyright stuff on that. So I will let that music finish playing out. So Angie Scott says, wow, Mahalo live gun. I just got off from there. Yeah, I've heard from several people now, and I texted him, but I mean, I think he's same time zone I am, so he's probably sleeping. But that's frustrating. I'm sure he probably did. How long was it? Like 3 or 5, probably 3 to 5 hours, right? He usually goes pretty long. But what that means is all that time and energy and everything he did. Let's see. He said a firearms violation. Oh, it said. So YouTube said a firearms violation? Okay. So I think the only way it can be a violation is if you physically handle or shoot a gun during a live stream. So he must have picked one up or something? Is that what happened? I don't know. I hadn't heard or seen that. But yeah, typically the YouTube does not let you handle or mess with any firearms whatsoever during live streams, and it's obvious why. I'm sure they've had incidences in the past where people unalive themselves on live streams and stuff like that. So if they see that, they will. Someone said that he never showed guns at all. Interesting. Well, Valhalla, if you see this, I'm sorry that that happened to you, man. It's terrible. How do I vet things? So typically I look for good sources. So, as far as reliable sources go for this kind of stuff, it's going to be like OSINT and like NATUC's network and very specific accounts that are tracking this stuff, and they're doing intelligence tracking and have a background in this stuff. That's typically who I go to first. And then you have sources like, obviously you can do Google searches and stuff yourself. But if you have official like government sources for things like this, if it's about like deaths and like rumors about stuff. So if you say, did our destroyer get hit? Or, did our aircraft carrier get hit? They might not tell you, right? Like it's in their best interest to not admit to it, at least up front. But people, the places, official intelligence, proven accounts. So if you're on X especially, and even YouTube, if they have a history of, high success rates with the information they bring, then they're more reliable over time. But I've also learned that you can vet things all day long, and it can still come back later and bite you in the butt. So I never assume just because someone has a good track record, like some of these accounts that we're using and going over on X, I mean, they can make mistakes. What I look for is if they admit the mistakes. Same with me. If I share something or do something and I find out later that I was wrong, or the information I shared was not properly vetted, or it changed or something, then I'll come back and admit to it. That's the big thing. Let's see.
Developments in the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran, and Israel has launched strikes on Lebanon, targeting Iran's key regional ally, Hezbollah. At least 31 people have been killed, including a senior Hezbollah official. Hundreds of thousands of people have been forced from their homes. Israel says the attacks are in response to Hezbollah firing a barrage of rockets and drones at northern Israel. Officials have warned nearly 50 villages in southern Lebanon to evacuate, forcing people to move at least 1,000 meters away to open areas. Israel and the United States are continuing to strike targets in cities across Iran. These are the latest pictures from the city of Sanandaj. That is in Kurdistan province, in the west of the country. The US military says it struck more than 1,000 targets inside Iran since the beginning of the joint operation. And for the third straight day, countries in the Gulf region have come under Iranian attack. Yep, loud bangs been heard here in the Qatari capital of Doha as its air defense system intercepted attacks from Iran. And fire and smoke has been seen near the US embassy in Kuwait. The embassy has urged people not to come to the compound and to take cover. Also in Kuwait, a fighter jet has been filmed falling from the sky. There's been no official announcement about the incident from the Kuwaiti government. As you'll see here, a pilot appears to have ejected and seems to have survived. We're working to verify information. Well, Joe Macaron.
So, like the music they just played, that'll get streams demonetized. Just like the little strings or like the little, what do they call those, stingers? So, not good.
Very small attack, or they were finished by those exchanges of clear, violent messages today. The response was very swift from the Israeli side. If the reports are true, they killed the second in command in Hezbollah, who was recently appointed by Naim Qassem. So we don't know who make the calls in Hezbollah now, especially in the field. But obviously, this is a message from Iran that all hell will break loose in the coming days. But strategically, Hezbollah will not add anything to the current tension because for now they only launched some rockets. The Iranians are launching furthermore across the region and Israel. So it's not like they got the support front. So their entry in this war won't change the dynamic. It's just for them, I think they see it as a moral stand to support Iran, who give them money. There's ideological connection. But we have to see if there's internal tension with Hezbollah now, because there's a political wing now who's more in leadership, and we have the military wing where we don't know the names who are in control because most of the leaders were killed. So we have a second generation of young leaders in Hezbollah now taking control of the field. We don't know their names and for now, but we have to see how this tension will grow moving forward.
We said to Washington, D.C., Ros Jordan joins us. Ros, how much concern will there be now in Washington about what appears to be a widening of this conflict with Lebanon being drawn in?
The prospect of this war spreading from just Iran to the greater Middle East was probably the first phrase out of the mouths of congressional Democrats when they got word early on Saturday that the U.S. had launched this military operation against Tehran. They all said that this would not only put U.S. forces at great risk, but it would put U.S. military interests stationed around the Middle East at risk, and it would put in danger not just Americans, but the U.S.'s allies as well. And so they have been saying almost from the very beginning that the Trump administration, in their view, has violated the U.S. Constitution by not consulting and getting approval from Congress to launch this operation as is required by the U.S. Constitution. And they are now pushing for a very quick explanation as well as a vote on a war powers resolution that would either approve or disapprove of the ongoing military operations. They had been calling for a vote perhaps as early as Monday, but now there is word reportedly that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, will not schedule such a vote on this resolution that's being put forward by congressional Democrats until Thursday at the very earliest.
Ross, President Trump has said that the operation will continue until all his objectives, as he put it, are achieved. But are we any closer to knowing exactly what those objectives are?
No one is really clear what the ultimate objective is of the U.S. military operation in Iran. The president had been making phone calls to individual reporters on Sunday evening after he returned from Florida, and he basically posited everything from protecting Israel to protecting the U.S.'s national security to stopping Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions to undermining Iran's ability to support groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas, a real panoply of rationales, including bringing democracy to the Iranian people or making it possible for the Iranian people to establish a different government. But none of those reasons has been identified as the main reason or the only reason. And some of the reasons that the president has put forward have been contradicted by either himself, depending on which reporter to whom he was speaking, or by unnamed White House and administration officials. So until there is a press conference, for example, there will be one at the Pentagon in several hours' time with the defense secretary and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And then there will be congressional briefings conducted by the Secretary of State. There won't be any real clarity into what the Trump administration's goals are until these very public discussions do get underway this week.
All right, Ross, thanks for that. Ross Jordan there in Washington, D.C. Well, a critical strategic element of all this is the Strait of Hormuz, where several ships have been struck. Shipping companies indeed have told their oil and gas tankers to drop anchor, bringing shipments to a halt. Around 200 tankers have stopped their journeys in and out of the region. The strait's narrow passage, well, it offers few points for safety. Insurers of the ships are asking for higher rates, and some are reportedly trying to cancel contracts due to the conflict. The largest concentration of ships at anchor is formed off the northern coast of Oman, which is just east of the strait. Other tankers are near the port of Dubai and off the coasts of Kuwait and Bahrain. So if you look at it, 20% of the world's oil normally flows through the Strait of Hormuz, and now oil has jumped 13% in early trade in Asia, and that is the biggest rise in 4 years. It has pared back a little bit. Asian stocks, they've fallen slightly. So let's take this on with John Gong, who's a professor the University of International Business and Economics, joins us now from Beijing. John, great to have you with us. So a fifth of the world's oil and LNG flows through the Strait every day. Already we've seen a leap in oil prices. Should we now brace ourselves for medium-term, long-term volatility?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I mean, this is a great concern from China's perspective, but also a perspective from, for example, Japanese and South Koreans. You know, we are the world's pretty much largest oil.
Real quick, if you guys can hit that like, that would be great. Makes YouTube happy and pushes us out to other people. And there is an update that's kind of disturbing. This is from the Kuwait Army. And they're saying the spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense stated that several U.S. military aircraft crashed this morning. Now, we saw the one F-15E that went down, and we saw the crew had gotten out. This is also saying that these other crews are also safe. But what's going on here? Like, why is there several? I know the one that we saw was a friendly fire. So are they basically saying from this statement that there were multiple, you know, multi-million or billion-dollar aircraft that were taken down by our own air defense? That's not good. I mean, they're in a war. If we're taking out our own aircrafts and our own equipment, then obviously not a good chance of winning.
Importers, we're industrialized nations and manufacturing powerhouses. We all rely on oil, and we can't stand this very high level of oil price for extended period of time. And that's why, you know, the Chinese government has come out and said that this thing has to stop. You know, I think one thing I do want to point out is that whether the Iranian government's position on entirely closing down the Strait of Hormuz is never clear to me. I mean, there's some reports saying that, you know, it wants to do that, and other reports saying that, you know, Iranian foreign ministers come out and say we didn't want to do that. So I think this is sort of in a fuzzy area, but I think it does, the de facto status here is that ships are indeed afraid of crossing the strait, and this imposes profound implications on for many economies around the world, and we can't stand this thing going on forever.
Yeah, so big implications not only for China and Japan and those in the East, but also globally. And what if regional infrastructure, oil infrastructure, gets hit in missile attacks? Then we're looking, that changes the ballgame even more, right?
Well, yeah, well, I'm guessing here that the United States is pretty careful about not hitting.
I'm going to go through super chats here really quick. I know some of you are going to be getting to bed and stuff here shortly. So we'll let the live cam audio play here. Excuse me. Celtic RN8, I'm not sure if you're still on here or not, but thanks for the super. She says, thank you, Matt, for narrating and recording modern global history. My most sincere morning prayers are with Iran and the Holy Land of Persia. You are appreciated. God bless our globe. Julia Burgess, member for 1 month. Do you have a number of U.S. servicemen killed? So the last I'd seen was there was 3 confirmed dead, and there were several that were confirmed injured. And I looked again when I started the stream, and I hadn't seen that number changed. So I think, and I saw those bodies actually arrived by plane. So as of right now, I want to say 3. And it could be more, obviously, since the reports have come out. Because we always hear late, it's always delayed. Celtic RN8, thanks for another super. Guess where Pete Hegseth isn't? He's safe and sound somewhere. The Warriors' ethos, shameful. Patton is rolling over in his grave. The U.S. deserves better. Fortunately, we're all still here. Stay safe. I think Hegseth is actually supposed to be speaking this morning. And let's see, what time is it now? It's about 2 a.m. Central. I think he speaks in about 6 hours. Maybe actually 4 hours, depending on where you're at. So that should be interesting. I don't know what he's going to say. I'm sure he'll probably talk about the soldiers that were lost. If he doesn't, that doesn't look good. Let's see. BG Grace alone, thanks for the super. First super, this coverage deserves it. Thank you, I appreciate that. And congratulations on your first super. Bonnie, thanks for the super. Have I checked on Fredo? She loves where she is. Yeah, she definitely loves that country more than her home country. She, as far as I know, she's safe. She's good to go. So hopefully things don't get worse. I know the UK is considering sending their own forces out, but obviously Cyprus is going to have to be protected better and have more batteries and stuff brought in to protect them. As you know, as far as like the air attacks, I think it was drones. As far as I know, it hasn't been ballistic missiles yet. But I don't even know if the ballistic missiles they're firing could reach that far. But the drones definitely can, and the drones were confirmed. Tra Latina, thanks for the super. Appreciate your clear explanations and reassuring, calm voice during this scary time. Thank you. Dankster and Tell. Hey, I'm not sure if you're actually still awake or not, man, but I had fun on the stream with you guys earlier. I appreciate you inviting me on. He says, Iran divided on Khomeini. Mourn versus celebrate. Yep. I think they're probably 50-50. At least that's what I'm seeing. Thanks for becoming a member. Actually, been a member for a month. Awesome. So, from what I've seen, you have just as many extremists on one side that are definitely pro-Khomeini, definitely anti-America, and they're chanting death to America. Then you have the other side, and they're saying we're free now, right? And other countries, and also in Iran. So we'll see what comes out of that, but that could cause civil war. That's something you have to worry about in that situation. Tom Lundberg, we did talk about how this stream. It's very unfortunate. PJ here. Let's see. Do you have a way to find out how many offensive? Yeah, we talked about that. It was 6 and 9. So 6 times they attacked someone and 9 times that they defended themselves. Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong. You just want me to say the name, and I appreciate it. Maybe Israel double-crossed Trump and killed the person Trump wanted to lead Iran. Yeah, I mean, that's a big possibility. Maybe they got word of who it might be, and they took him out before he got a chance to use them. Obviously, any opposition. That's a good thought. William, thanks for the super. You say Iran's Sorry, I thought I heard... no, there's no alert. Okay. You say Iran's missiles are accurate now. We know their stated intentions. Take care of it now, or wait until they are stronger with longer-range missiles with nukes. That's a good point. I mean, if they're already extremely, extremely good at making these missiles, various different distances and types, and their hypersonics are obviously extremely effective. Now take that same hypersonic missile and make it nuclear. Imagine how deadly that would be. The U.S. and Israel and all the allied forces are already struggling as it is with non-nuclear weapons, so we have to be careful. Puko's Porch, thanks for becoming a member. Veronica Kelly, thanks for the super sticker. Let's see. Athenian Wolf, thanks for the super from Canada, looks like. Elephant in the room, Chinese defense system doesn't work. Now, have you seen it during the India-Pakistan last year? Venezuela, Iran, Afghanistan, hitting with drones into their main base that India hit with BrahMos. Yeah, I've seen situations where China's air defense system failed drastically, and I've also seen the same from Russia. I don't know if you remember or not, but I think it was India, and it might have been Iran. I think it was during the 12-day war. There were several reports that came out from Iran basically saying, like, Russia, like, your air defense system that you gave us to protect ourselves from this attack is basically failing. It's basically worthless. And I think there were some other countries that actually turned down Russia's air defense systems for the same reason. So I think it's just, you know, you're trying to, especially when you get into these hypersonics, you know, going several Machs of speed, good luck. You know, like, whatever technology you come up with, good luck intercepting that. Especially because the original ones, they'd be on a path, they'd have GPS, and they'd go to a specific location, and then you'd have a missile try to get in the path of that and just meet it, right? They just come and just boom. But now you have missiles that can change course and kind of, you know, like juking. Like when you're playing football and you juke and someone flies past you, or basketball, it's kind of like that. So they fake out which direction they're going last minute, and as we saw before, they have that last stage that they just take off, and those interceptors can't even, they don't even hold a candle to it. So not a good situation overall. I mean, obviously, best case scenario is no missiles, no weapons, no nukes. But we know that's probably never going to happen in human history ever again. So the next best thing is to have interceptors and better weapons than your enemy. And I think that's kind of what we're in right now. We're in another arms race. And William, thanks for the super. I think we did cover this. Yep, the previous Shah, talking about how the number twos, the second in command in many cases, are much worse than their boss. I appreciate the supers, members, moderators. And I'm going to keep going. I'm going to see if we have much more, any more updates, any more live monitoring to do. And I'll play this other video while that's going. I'll try and stay on for a while. I know a lot of people look forward to the live updates as well as just any information that comes in. I know not many people typically stream this late, especially for this kind of stuff.
So the air forces that Iranians are using, they're using Air Force, are extremely primitive aircrafts. And many countries, they just use them for the training purposes. So this country doesn't have the proper air forces when it comes to aircrafts, the helicopters. Majority of the helicopters, even all of the helicopters, are just before those which have been purchased before 79, before the Islamic Revolution. So, and then the only thing, deterrence that they have are these missiles. That's why they are heavily investing in these missiles. They have been heavily investing in these missiles. And at a stage, so it became a problem for Europeans, for Americans, for Israelis. But Iranians have accepted to limit the range of that, limiting it to 2,000, because simply Europeans were extremely concerned, saying that if you go beyond 2,000, then you are going to be able
2,000
to...
kilometers, yeah.
Absolutely. So then you are going to be able to hit Berlin, London, Paris, and so on. So limited. Now, on one hand, this is the number one deterrence of Iran, but on the other hand, it is the number one problem for the country. Because one of the main reasons that Iran is coming under the attack is that Iran rejected to limit the range of its missiles to 300 kilometers. Because Americans and Israelis are asking Iranians to limit the range of these missiles to a certain extent, 300 kilometers, that will not be able to threat any regional countries, but particularly Israel. However, here we're roughly talking about 6,000 to 7,000 of the missiles, particularly when it comes to supersonic and hypersonic missiles, because some of them are the older versions. And then it's a limited resources. First, you have to be prepared for, this is the Iranian assessment, for a prolonged war. And that's why they have to be meticulously careful how much of these resources are being used on a daily basis, how long they can remain there, and also how they can replace it. For two reasons. First, Iran's economy is struggling, and these products are extremely expensive. And second, during the wartime, while more than 24 provinces of the country are under attack, it's difficult to produce missiles.
All right, Russell, we'll be back with you in just a second. I just want to bring you this update from Kuwait, and several U.S. warplanes have crashed. That's according to Kuwait's Ministry of Defense. The ministry says all the pilots are safe. So several U.S. warplanes have crashed. All the pilots are safe, according to the Kuwaitis. Let's now go to Zain Bazravi, who's in Doha. So Zain, tell us more about what you know of this.
Well, this report of an F-15E U.S. fighter jet, a Strike Eagle, crashing in Kuwait emerged about an hour or two ago. We saw images on social media of a spiraling aircraft with the back end of the jet on fire, smoke trailing, falling to the ground. Other social media footage showed that the two pilots in that aircraft seemed to have been able to eject, and later on the ground were being assisted by locals, being put into the back of a vehicle and transported away. They appeared to be safe and in good health. And there appears to be now another separate looking clip, another video showing what appears to be another jet crashing in a different area.
Ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right, and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, and police to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And that was the latest video statement that we had from President Trump. It was issued by the White House. I want to take us out to a live image that we are just getting into our newsroom. So take a look at this. The camera is moving around a lot, but hopefully it does stabilize, and perhaps we're going to get some more commentary. So the International Atomic Energy Agency is actually hosting an emergency meeting right now, giving this developing situation in the Middle East. I want to lift up the audio and just see if we can hear anything. Again, this is a live feed. It appears that the photographer there on the ground is possibly actually being ushered out of the room. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. We'll wait to see if possibly we get some images from inside of that meeting, or if there's a press conference and some statements are made after the fact. We do want to step away for another quick commercial break, but a very busy Monday morning as we are still tracking everything happening in the Middle East after those recent strikes against Iran. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we don't like that music. And someone mentioned more clips. I'm searching X right now. Things are looking pretty quiet overall right now. See if we have any more refuelers. I don't see anything. There's nothing talking about any new attacks incoming. There's no launches. I don't see any refueling happening. So as of, I do see these Globemasters though, which is moving heavy freight. Those have been coming in and out. And yeah, this is a straddle tanker, so that straddle tanker may have been refilling these Globemasters. So there's some of that going on. But typically, like yesterday, for example, At any given time, we'd have anywhere between like 5 and 8 Stratotankers and Pegasus doing refueling. And I haven't seen any of that at any point today yet. So it looks like maybe that stuff is slowing down. We in our commercial break. Do you guys in chat, do you guys prefer Al Jazeera or Fox? I don't do CNN and CBS, but put a 1 if you want Al Jazeera and put a 2 if you want Fox. Someone says neither. Which one do you prefer, Mr. or Mrs. Neither? Yeah, I like switching it up. I don't like listening to the same one the whole time. It gets to the point where you get pretty sleepy and bored.
I am Andy Mack. 36 hours since the United States launched that Operation Epic Fury into Iran. We're looking live right now there in Tel Aviv in Israel, and it looks very quiet. This as Iran saying they're threatened to retaliate in a major way. We're also learning new information here on this Sunday as 3 U.S. service members were killed, at least 5 seriously wounded in this war against Iran. This from the U.S. Central Command, the first American casualties since the U.S. and Israel launched those strikes on Saturday. And of course, the United States also taking out the Iranian supreme leader earlier on, as well as plenty in his inner circle. Let's be joined right now here by friend of the program, FDD Executive Director Jonathan Schanzer. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us at this point? What are you monitoring? What's key to this retaliation and how the United States, as they say, will achieve all of their objectives? What are you watching?
Well, a couple things I'm watching right now. I think first is that it appears that Israel and the United States have achieved air superiority inside Iran. That means that the air defenses of the Islamic Republic are really no longer. This is what happened during the 12-day war last year when Israel was dominating the skies over Iran. I think we're seeing this pretty much again. And I think that's important because it just means that the Israelis and the United States are going to be able to go hunting for the top leaders, for the missiles, for some of the other, military infrastructure that they're looking to dismantle. So I think that's number one. Number two is, of course, the complete disarray within the upper echelons of the Islamic Republic. It's not just the supreme leader, but he had a replacement that I don't think lasted more than 6-7 hours before he was killed. The defense minister gone. The number that we heard yesterday was something like 40 different senior officials, all liquidated within the first 24 hours of the conflict. So it does raise questions about how much longer the regime can hang on for. As far as the division of labor, I think that's also been interesting. I mean, it looks like the Israelis were going after the top leaders and hunting for missiles. The United States was looking for nuclear infrastructure and apparently now also underground infrastructure, including some of those missile silos. Obviously, the regime has been able to squeeze off some shots, and we've seen some pretty significant strikes in Israel. A number of people killed, a number of people injured. The same now that we've learned, where sadly 3 U.S. service members and another 4 or 5 U.S. service members were injured after the 3 were killed. So we're learning a lot right now about the kind of the pace of this battle. Everybody on the U.S. and the Israeli side seem to think things are going well. And I think the regime is hanging on for dear life. But I do get a sense also that we could be in for a full month or more of this, according to folks that I'm talking to. And of course, that's going to be a grueling thing for American service members out in the Middle East, and it'll be a grueling thing for Israelis. And don't forget also all these other Arab countries that are coming under fire by the Islamic Republic. this is, this is no joke. This is a real war in the Middle East, and it may last for a month or more.
Yeah, Trump kind of reiterating that, saying 4 weeks it might last with this until all those objectives are achieved. You mentioned the supreme leader as the United States, Israel taking him out and several around him. Is there a power vacuum right now? Who's in charge necessarily of the IRGC?
Well, so there's a guy named Ali Larijani who is the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. He was actually tapped by the now deceased Supreme Leader to be the man who would be in charge. We're also seeing a pretty significant role being played by Aragchi, the foreign minister. So there are individuals that are stepping up into the breach, although I've got to say, I'm not sure how long they're going to be around for, because the Israelis are clearly hunting for those top leaders, and they're taking them out one after the next. They don't see the difference between pragmatic and radical leaders within the Islamic Republic. It's their assessment that if you're part of the Islamic Republic, then you are part of the problem. This is, I think, it's a broad brush that they're painting everyone with right now. But I think ultimately the Israelis and the Iranian people are probably on the same page here, which is that you don't want to see remnants of the regime taking over and making deals, let's say cutting down their nuclear stockpile by half or their missiles by half. At this point, from the Israeli perspective, I think from the Iranian perspective, probably from the United States perspective too, this is binary. Either the regime is in power or it's not, and they would prefer that it not. There are questions, though, about who comes after. And that, I think, is probably the thing that is the most befuddling to analysts and, the news,
School was targeted not once but for several times, and also in other cities like La Merde, we've got at least 19 people killed. And when it comes to Tehran, of course, Iranian capital, we've got the reports of evacuation of one hospital, Gandhi, which happened just after strikes took place, and also in
I'm just pulling up Al Jazeera.
20 people, civilians, were killed as a result of this, let's say, recent round of strikes. And let's just keep in mind that back in June, when the country was attacked, we had the same story, and now it's being repeated. Back in time, also, the claim by the Americans and Israelis was that the scope of these strikes is limited to military headquarters and the nuclear facilities. But the reality on the ground was that a considerable number of civilians were also killed back in time. And right now, this is the same story being repeated once again.
Ros Jordan in Washington, D.C., we heard from Donald Trump about Iranians wanting to negotiate, didn't we? But the Iranians are saying they don't want to talk, and their conflict is now widening to Lebanon, where a ceasefire is being brokered by the U.S. is collapsing.
Well, that's because the Iranians believe, apparently, that every time that they have agreed to a ceasefire, and they point to what happened back in June 2025, that the Israelis and the Americans take the opportunity to fire targets inside Iran. And so basically the trust has been broken. It's not clear whether the ongoing talks that have been happening between the U.S. and the Iranians, brokered by Oman, will resume to deal with the question of Iran's nuclear future. Certainly the Iranians are saying at this point this was a war that should have never started, and that it is now in a defensive posture, and it's going to retaliate in order to protect the Iranian people. Certainly the suggestion coming from Donald Trump in one conversation with a newspaper reporter here in the United States on Sunday evening that perhaps the people who might have replaced the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, might have been killed in the air strikes on Saturday. Well, that is raising questions among the critics already of this military operation, that the Trump administration didn't think through very carefully the risks it was taking by launching this military campaign. It also is raising questions among the critics whether the Trump administration simply wanted to take opportunity to assassinate Khamenei, or whether it was interested in a larger scheme of regime change, which potentially could include supporting others, perhaps those already living inside Iran, to take over the government, or whether this was just a way of trying to force the issue on the nuclear ambitions. The administration has not had opportunity to answer those questions publicly, but certainly any suggestion right now of trying to negotiate an off-ramp to now 3 days of conflict, at least the Iranians are not interested in discussing that possibility.
Well, we were talking about the potential for oil infrastructure to be hit in the Gulf region. Let me bring you some latest pictures from Saudi Arabia. The country's oil giant Aramco, its Ras Tanura refinery, has halted operations. This is as a precautionary measure. That's after a suspected Iranian strike. It is one of the biggest plants in the world, producing more than 500,000 barrels a day. Suspected Iranian strike there. So to Zain Basravi here in Doha. And Zain, so if oil assets do come under attack, this would be a red line, wouldn't it, for Gulf countries?
That is correct. This would be a red line. Attacking its sovereign territory was a red line. But after Iran was attacked, Iran has been doing what it said it would do. If the U.S. and Israel are going to erase red lines, there will be no red lines. And that's what we're seeing playing out here on the third day of this retaliation, the third day of this, these attacks on Iran. Now, this refinery sits on the eastern edge of the country of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is on the Gulf Coast. It is effectively right across the water from Iran. And speaking to Iranian officials in the past, I can tell you they have said that they will attack U.S. bases, they will attack American assets. If you are an ally of the United States and facilitating in any way, directly or non-directly, any attacks on Iran, they will come and consider you a fair target. And they have also said in the past that they will attack oil refineries, oil assets, energy infrastructure. And this could just be the beginning, and that is real concern. The idea behind an attack like this, and again, Ras Tanura refinery, one of the largest refineries in the Middle East, is a critical export terminal for Saudi crude in those waterways. Attacking infrastructure like this, Iran is really effectively doing a couple of things. It is putting a time clock, if strategy serves it correctly, on any sort of protracted conflict. What the hope is that if it makes any invasion of its sovereign territory, of Iranian soil, too costly for the United States, because this is asymmetrical warfare. The U.S. has a more powerful military. But if Iran can make it too costly for the U.S. in a military capacity, too costly for U.S. allies in a military capacity in the region, too costly for neighboring countries in terms of their economic health and long-term risk having a negative economic impact, then the hope is that they will bring pressure to bear upon the United States, upon Israel, to withdraw, to withhold, to make sure that they stop attacking Iran. But whether or not that plays out successfully is up in the air. Something like this could also trigger regions or countries in the region to perhaps double down and join the fight against Iran, expand their cooperation with the U.S., and that could mean that this kind of thing spills over into a much longer conflict.
Tahir Saadi in Tehran, if it's proven that Saudi Arabia's oil giant Aramco has been hit by this, what is suspected at the moment, the suspected Iranian strike, if true, what would that do to Iranian and Saudi relations? Because they have been trying to build bridges, haven't they? Tahir, unfortunately, we've lost our connections with Tahir Saadi in Tehran. I'm trying to get back to him in a little bit, but let's go to Beirut. Zaina Hodder is standing by for us there. Zaina, Lebanon, of course, does not want to get drawn into this conflict. The country has always been very divided, and Hezbollah is very much in the front and center of the situation right now.
Well, no doubt, Hezbollah, a very divisive issue, the question of its arms. Over the past year, there's been a new political leadership in the country, which is promising to disarm all armed non-state actors. And, and they have managed to do that in the south of the country, south of the Litani River, with the Lebanese army saying that it is now in operational control of that area, reclaiming sovereignty, if you like, because the state has been long absent in what was Hezbollah's stronghold. But the government really has been reluctant to take on the group further north of the Litani River, where Hezbollah has time and time again repeatedly said that it will confront any attempt by the state to disarm it north of the Litani River. So the Lebanese government now in a very difficult situation. There's an emergency cabinet meeting. The Lebanese army commander is attending that meeting. What kind of decisions will be made? There's been a lot of diplomatic pressure on Lebanon from the United States. In fact, those daily Israeli strikes is military pressure on the state to take action against Hezbollah. And over recent days, we have heard the prime minister, the president say that, telling Hezbollah, do not drag this country into another war. So it is not clear what the state can do. It is still very weak. And to take on Hezbollah because of the sectarian and political divides in this country. So Lebanon really is bracing itself for what could be difficult days ahead, with Israel promising an escalation. And also you have this, political escalation threatening internal stability.
Indeed, regional complexities are growing. Let's go back to Tahid in Tehran, in Iran. And Tahid, I just want to draw your attention to that story about Saudi Arabia's oil giant Aramco being hit by a suspected Iranian strike. If it's proven to be the case, what would that do to Iranian-Saudi relations, given that they were trying to build bridges?
Well, actually, over the past couple of years, the two sides were trying to improve their relations. But the thing is that, seeing this context of recent developments, we heard from the Iranian foreign minister, Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, answering to almost same question about the ties between Tehran and regional countries. And on that, he said that we are not at war with any of the regional countries. We are at war with the U.S. military bases, which are located in those countries. And just ahead of the...
This is kind of just a side note. There's not a ton of stuff going on right now, so I'm just looking through all the news that's available. But Freitext Network, they say China's foreign ministry says a Chinese citizen was killed in Tehran in Iran. So is this opening the door for them to say that, we've declared war on China type of thing? Is this going to get China to get involved? I'm sure they're involved already as far as supplies and that kind of stuff. But, stuff like this, when they come out and say these type of things, that means they can basically use this as an excuse to help Iran. So we'll see what happens. But I thought that was pretty interesting.
While they know that part of that is not going to be possible, we know that some of the ambassadors of Iran in several regional countries, they have been summoned to Ministry of Foreign Affairs for explanation, and then there are going to be condemnations, as there has been some condemnations from regional countries. But still, right now, speaking of the diplomatic context, might be a little bit not related to context to that extent, because the country sees itself in the middle of a confrontation, which might be perceived as a sort of justification for what goes on. And before I let you go, there is this one last line coming in, not related to the question, but very important indeed. And that is the latest statistics that just came in from Iran's Red Crescent, saying that at least 555 people have been killed as a result of this recent strikes by the Americans and Israelis in Iran.
Nida Ibrahim, finally to you in Ramallah, if we may. While this conflict escalates, we know that the Israelis have bunkers and places to shelter. What about the occupied West Bank and how the Palestinians can take shelter?
Well, Nick, before I answer this question, I would just like to bring out a line that we just received from the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, that just happened over a tweet. And he's...
So she's getting ready to cover the same thing I was just going to cover. So, the defense prime minister, Katz, he basically said the terrorist organization Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for the shooting towards Israel, the rockets, and Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, who decided on the shooting pressure from Iran, is now marked for elimination. Whoever follows in the path of Khomeini will soon find himself in the depth of hell, along with the thwarted elements of the axis of evil. So he basically is saying anyone that follows in Khomeini's footsteps, anyone that supports him, they're marked for assassination. Interesting.
Person not shying away from saying that Israel is also considering a ground invasion. Now, that brings us to the people of the occupied West Bank, who are also a victim of the Israeli occupation, not just they're being caught in a war that they did not choose or are not a part of, but they're paying the price of being under military occupation. They have no protection, as you said there, Nick. They have no shelters, and also they have no defense systems that are built to help them survive. Not only that, they're afraid of what's going to happen to them in terms of food supplies, in terms of their lives, and they are stuck here with not being allowed to move from one city to another because of the nature of the closure that has been imposed by the Israeli forces since the war started. Now, also in Gaza, there's a bigger crisis that is facing Palestinians there now, after the Israeli forces have decided to shut down all borders that used to bring some little but still much needed aid into the Palestinian territory that has already been deprived from food for so long. So people were just barely trying to stock up on food and have some sort of a security there. And now they are facing not just food, all supplies are not going to be able to enter Gaza because of the closure of Rafah, because of the Israeli imposed restrictions. And all of that also reminds us that we are already talking about a fragile ceasefire where Israel continues to bombard Palestinians day in and day out. They are under different excuses, saying that people crossed the yellow line and so on and so forth. But that also reminds us that because it's a fragile ceasefire that Israel continues to break and
Let's see. ISO Health and Happiness. Matt, can anyone access the sites that you have up? So, yes. So I'll put them in the chat. Some of them are open source, but Flight Radar has a free and paid version. There's certain things that you can't see in certain situations, but yes, these are open source and free websites for the most part. Throw these in here. Feel free to check those out. Obviously, X, you have to have an account. And Flight Radar, I've always had the paid version since day one, so I'm not sure what you miss out on if you don't have the paid version, but there you go.
Million barrels of crude a day. In Kuwait, several U.S. warplanes have crashed. That's according to Kuwait's Ministry of Defense. The ministry says all the pilots are safe. Also in Kuwait, fire and plumes of smoke are seen near the U.S. Embassy. The embassy has urged people not to come to the compound and to take cover. Well, now, U.S. Central Command says it's destroyed the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, stating that it has, quote, cut the head of the snake. But Iran's military structure is often described as being highly layered and complex, and that complexity is deliberate. The nation operates parallel armies, multiple intelligence services, and several command structures, all ultimately answering to the supreme leader. Ali Hashim explains how Iran's military and security institutions operate and why they're structured just as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated, and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are two parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, and its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the aerospace force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats, and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response, and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence.
So according to multiple sources, a lot of people were saying that they think that Netanyahu was assassinated, which this isn't the first time that that's been said. But according to the sources I can find, he is not. So he is alive, and I don't know if he's well, but he's alive. I know some other high-level people got hit in Israel. Apparently he was not one of them. They said he is alive and well. But as far as the Germany claim, or Greece, I guess, a lot of people say he flew to Germany or Greece. That's also false. Someone said there was some flight radar information that initially led to that, but there's no proof. And he met, let's see, it says he met a couple people in Jerusalem. Where's it at? Yeah, I guess he met Katz, his defense prime minister, in Israel yesterday. So he didn't flee the first day, or if he did, he came back. So, yeah, I guess he's still alive and well. But remember, they said Khamenei was alive and well for almost 24 hours after he was dead. So I guess they could do that in this case too. But I would guess the U.S. and, if that happened, we would know about it. Like, it would be probably the biggest news story of the century because the U.S. would be blasting it everywhere. I don't even know if they would try and cover it up. They might try and use it to fuel this war and hatred for, Muslims and Islam and Iran.
To absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Well, there's a great deal going on, a very complex situation, so let's try and unravel it all. Rob Geist-Pinfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London. He's joining us. Abbas Aslani is with the Centre for Middle East Strategic Studies and joins us from Tehran. Also here, of course, is Russell Serder, who's reported extensively from Iran, joins us here. So, Rob, I'd like to start with you, if I may. In these developing stories, it's a fast-moving situation. US planes going down in Kuwait, 3 US servicemen have been killed. How does this impact how things might play out as far as the US administration is concerned?
Well, it will certainly generate wobbles in Washington, it's fair to say. Remember that this is not a popular war. Indeed, Donald Trump, in the previous election, he very much modeled himself as the peace candidate who would fight the deep state and the proclivity for excess US involvement in the world, not just the Middle East. Now we've seen opinion polls that suggest around only 20% of Americans support this war. The more casualties that are accumulated as a result of the conflict, and the more this war costs, will mean that those doubts become elevated. And this is, as I say, not just about casualties, it's about the long-term economic costs. And that's what Iran is banking on here. By causing so much chaos, they're not just seeking to hit the Gulf countries, they're seeking to actually cause a dent in global finances, something that will affect taxpayers, not just in the region or close by, but actually also in the US. If we see a drop in oil production, for example, or difficulties around, as we're seeing now with rumors that the Saudis have been attacked, the Saudi oil production facilities have been attacked, that will have financial ramifications. And that is exactly what Iran is banking on, causing enough chaos that the US feels compelled to agree to a ceasefire.
Abbas Aslani, the calculation Rob says, is that Iran is attacking not just U.S. assets and the regional U.S. assets in the region, but also striking at the global economy.
I'm sorry.
Abbas, Abbas, can you hear me?
Can you repeat it again, please?
Of course, Abbas. So we were just hearing from our guest, Rob, who was talking about how the Iran is focusing on assets that will impact the global economy. Is that part of Iran's calculation in this ongoing fight?
Well, there is a principle from the Iranian side, which is, if there is any cost, it could include all. And if there is any problem for Iran in terms of its security or its energy, it can also.
We have this post here. This is from Clash Report. Zelensky. This is him basically talking about how poorly the defense is in the Middle East for the allies. He's not speaking English, but it says here, everyone now sees, looking at the Middle East, that Ukraine's defense experience is irreplaceable, and especially with drones. Even Gulf states with stronger and more systems still miss part of ballistic targets and drones. We are ready to share it and help the nations that helped Ukraine. So he's saying he's ready to jump in with all the technological advances and things they've made during this Russia-Ukraine war, which is significant to help them out. But I think, especially around drones, I'm not sure about the ballistic targets, but I mean, they have, 2 years? Has it been 2 years or 3 years? It's been a while since they've, been basically forced into the situation. So I guess it's good that he's stepping out. Is this like a financial thing? Is he trying to get more funding from the government? I don't know, but I thought that was pretty interesting as well.
The tolerance for the pain is quite high because this country has been seeing the war almost in the last 2 centuries, so dozens of them, one after another. And then finally in 79, when there has been a revolution and the Shah was toppled, then quickly after the revolution, Iran had a war with Iraq. That lasted for 8 years. And officials are saying that more than 250,000 people, Iranians, have been killed during that war. But some believe in Iran that the losses of the lives was over 1 million. So it was quite tragic. And then the sanctions that followed. So in a sense, Iran has been directly or indirectly either coming under the sanctions or having the tensions with the regional countries, with the global countries, particularly with the global empire like the USA, and the wars at home in the region and global scale. So they can absorb the pain in a sense. However, now the frailty of Iran.
RLH75, thanks for that very large super chat. Much appreciated. Man, thank you so much for sacrificing your sleep to be here for us. Wife of a 26-year law enforcement officer with DHS defunded. I'm scared for my husband. All LEOs who are working overtime to keep our community safe. Please pray for the LEOs. They're the last line of defense. Yeah, that's always unfortunate to hear. I'm not sure where you're at, but we just had there's one county, I'm in Nebraska, but there's one county, I think it was Gage. They had basically their entire sheriff's department left. It was like 5 guys, I think, 5 or 6 guys. So they just have no one right now. They said it was based over pay, but you never know. But I appreciate the super chat, and I'm sorry to hear that about your husband. Hopefully that works out for you guys.
Of being killed in this ongoing joint U.S.-Israeli strike campaign against Iran. So 555 people have been killed in these ongoing strikes in Iran. Rob, back to you before we move on to Abbas. In terms of what the region does now, the Gulf countries in response, how careful do they have to calibrate that response, given that they do not want to escalate an already very escalated situation any further, and yet they have said that they do have the right to respond.
Well, Iran knows exactly what it is doing here. It's picking the Gulf countries because it sees them as a soft target. They're easier to hit than Israel. This is where they're less resilient. They have less of an appetite for a fight because at the end of the day, this is not their war. And so Iran is banking that they will want a ceasefire ASAP, that they will be pressuring the Trump administration. We have no signs of that whatsoever so far. And indeed, as you say, there's seems to be a show of force, at least rhetorically, and of unity coming from the GCC states. They're trying to get the message across that they are one and that they are united and that they are resilient. But under the surface, there are profound disagreements here about how to engage with Iran and whether to engage with Iran at all. There will be some GCC states pressing for military force, but Iran knows that it has them in a bind, because if they were to get involved in the conflict, they could possibly be seen as throwing their lot into the US and Israel's war. So the options for nuance, which is what the Gulf states have been pursuing all along, are decreasing here. The window of nuance, if you like, in that it was the Gulf states that are long suspicious of Iran, but they don't want to be leading the charge for war. In fact, they were arguing against a war, but now the war has started. There is a feeling that it is other countries, the US and Israel and Iran, that are setting the pace, and the Gulf states need to exert agency. They need to show that they can defend their sovereignty and that they can project their interests.
Rob, thank you for that. Let's just listen now to Iran's foreign minister, who told Al Jazeera that the military is acting on an existing plan, this is the Iranian foreign minister, to respond to attacks on Iran, and Sunday's attack on Oman was not the government's choice.
What happened in Oman was not our choice. We have already told our, armed forces to be careful about the targets that they choose. As a matter of fact, our, military units are now, in fact, independent and somehow isolated, and they are acting based on instructions, general instructions given to them in advance. So I have talked with our military leaders and military commanders to be careful about the targets they choose.
All right, Russell, so what do we read into that, in the fact that Iran's foreign minister saying that the forces are acting on pre-planned response to attacks on Iran?
Well, here, what Iranians have seen during the last year war is that when you are extremely centralized, it comes with some of the complications. Particularly if the decapitations are taking place, if your commanders, high-ranking officials are being taken out, being taken down, then the command chain is harmed. And conveying the commands, the directions to the remote areas, to the other units and so on. So when the units do not receive these commands, then it's paralyzed, it's unfunctional, it becomes dysfunctional. So they have worked on a plan in case if there will be at a large level the decapitation of the high-ranking military commanders, the unit leaders, the central leaders and so on, then how are the units in the remote areas going to operate, particularly for IRGC, which are in control of all the sophisticated conventional and advanced technological weapons in Iran. So that's why, based on that, they have decided to go through a kind of decentralization. And in case, particularly when the communication is cut off, each of these units have been commanded, have been told what to do, how to ask. And now we are seeing that this is an implication of this strategy. Apparently, the foreign minister of the country is saying that a unit acts separately, independently, without command, and has hit Oman, which is the mediator for Iran, not only in the last period of the time between the US and Iran. Starting from Shah era until now, Oman has always been the main mediation venue for Iranians, and it has been hit.
Right. Abbas, more on that and Iran's response. I'm wondering how capable Iran is, Abbas Sarachi, there in Tehran, how capable Iran is of maintaining this offensive against US assets, given the leadership has been decapitated, and presumably dwindling weapon supplies.
And Nick, if you don't mind, I also would like to add a question for Abbas. So I just have to explain that Iran's strategy is also to widen war with the regional countries, also to put a bill in front of them and to pressure on them. But isn't Iran concerned that if they push further and further at a point that these regional countries could join the U.S. to fight against Iran? Isn't there such an assessment or concern in Iran?
On the initial part of the question, I would say that, Iran saw this coming, so they had a pre-planned operational, let's say, scheme in order to see how to respond to the American and Israeli attacks. And this can somehow create, or they can buy some time in order to fill the vacuum which has been created as a result of the loss of senior commanders and the leader in the country. But on what Rasul said, I would say that Iran does not see the American presence in the neighboring countries as a sovereign guest deployment, but as an integrated offensive platform. That's why Iran is saying that the United States must not use the airspace or the territory of the neighboring countries to attack the country. And if Iran is responding, the response is against the U.S. presence, the U.S. military bases, and its interest in those countries, not the neighboring countries themselves. But when you want to compare the Iran and the U.S., let's say, military capabilities, Iran is forced to adopt asymmetrical methods to respond. And that's why I said that through widening.
So there's some information here. Apparently, Donald Trump says he's going to be open to talks again. And he's going to talk to the interim leadership seeking dialogue featuring Khamenei's death. Trump confirmed he's agreed to talks officially with Iran's counsel. So, considering that, if you think that this is just for optics, put a 1. If you think he actually wants to end these attacks in this war and speak to whoever's going to be installed there, put a 2.
It's not that only the American military assets are being targeted. So Dubai Airport is not an American military asset. Kuwait Airport is not an American military asset. Aramco is an energy infrastructure. And all these have been also coming under attack. So here, if Iranians are asking the regional countries not to let Americans to use these military assets against Iran, so as far as I know, these American air bases here or the military air bases here, the military airports here, have not been given to the Americans as platforms. None of the American fighter jets are flying from these military airports of the region. So then what is the justification of attacking the airports, the energy supply chains, the energy infrastructures here, and in some cases, the civilian infrastructures in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar, in Kuwait? So I suppose it's going beyond that. Is it an unintended consequences?
Russell, we are seeing a departure from the old playbook that Iran used to somehow to respond to American or Israeli attacks. And the
last alert for your question there was 2 hours ago in Israel specifically, but other places are getting hit. There was a second drone in Cyprus.
Ports or civilian infrastructure also have been targeted by the U.S. and Israel. And there is one point that there is criticism here in Tehran that some regional countries have been ceding their neutrality and they have been giving airspace and territory to the U.S. or making U.S.-Israeli operations more, to facilitate those operations. That's why Iran has been trying to, respond in this manner. As
Okay,
I said
Abbas, I'm just going to
earlier,
jump in there because
Iran
we're
has
just
been-
running out of time. Abbas Aslani there in Tehran. I apologize, we are running out of time. I just wanted to throw one last question at Rob, if I may. And Rob, just what about the Iran's military capability and its missile capability and how long it can keep that going?
Well, the long and short of it is, unfortunately, that it can keep it going longer than the Gulf countries can intercept. Some of these missiles, and not just missiles, but also drones, particularly the Shahed drones, are very, very cheap and easy to produce. It takes something like it's exponentially more expensive to intercept them than it is to actually build and operate them. They are by nature suicide drones. Iran does not expect them to come back, which is why they're cheap. So the challenge here for the Gulf states is what happens when the anti-missile stocks starts to dwindle. Will they have no choice but to either pursue a ceasefire or to move from a less passive and to more active forms of defense? Now, we have seen some European states getting increasingly dragged into the war alongside the Gulf states. We've heard that the United Kingdom, having previously not let the US use its bases for this attack on Iran, is now actually deploying its fighter jets to defend Qatari airspace, for example. So we are seeing the circle of conflict grow larger and larger and larger. The dynamics will change. The missile stocks will start to run out. The targets will change as well. We've seen the expansion of Iranian targeting, as we say, towards Aramco, for example, and targets in Saudi Arabia. So unfortunately, this war will not end anytime soon.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Gentlemen, thanks very much. Rob Geis-Pinfold in London, Abbas Aslani in Tehran, and Russell Soda here in the studio. Thanks very much indeed. Well, from propping up Iran's last Shah to killing the supreme leader, the United States has a long history of interference with Tehran's affairs. Paddy Culhane takes a look now at how the two nations have grown from being allies to adversaries.
The Shah of Persia has been paying a state visit to President Truman.
For more than 80 years, U.S. presidents have put an unusual focus on Iran.
Iran.
Beginning in World War II, Britain and the United States used Iran to funnel weapons to help Russia fight Nazi Germany. Successive presidents hosting, supporting, and applauding the Shah, Mohammad Pahlavi. In 1952, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower authorized Operation Ajax, giving the CIA authority to launch a coup, along with the British, to restore the Shah to power, after the Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, sought to nationalize the country's oil industry. President Eisenhower then sought to bolster the Shah with the Atoms for Peace program in 1957, giving Iran highly enriched uranium and training its scientists in hopes that it would encourage civilian use and not lead to building a nuclear weapon.
Our defense, therefore, will be stronger if, under appropriate security safeguards, we share with our allies certain knowledge of the tactical use of our nuclear weapons.
President John F. Kennedy welcomed the Shah to Washington. President Richard Nixon and President Jimmy Carter even visited Tehran.
Iran, because of the great leadership of the Shah, is an island of stability.
A show of U.S. support for the increasingly authoritarian Shah, who in 1979 fled the country, and Ayatollah Khomeini took power of the newly named Islamic Republic of Iran. In November of 1979, when President Carter allowed the Shah to come to the U.S. for medical treatment, students took over the U.S. Embassy, taking 52 Americans hostage. That and a botched rescue all but assured Carter's defeat to Ronald Reagan. The hostages were released as soon as he took office.
Fellow Americans.
During President Reagan's time in office, the U.S. secretly supported Iraq in its war with Iran, providing intelligence and economic aid to the Iraqi military. In 1983, the U.S. blamed Hezbollah, backed by Iran, for bombing the Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 Marines. It was later uncovered that the Reagan administration was also secretly selling weapons to Iran in order to fund rebels in Nicaragua. And in 1988, tensions increased when the U.S. Navy accidentally shot down an Iranian passenger jet, killing the 290 people on board. Modern presidents continue to try to pressure Iran with increasing sanctions, But after the September 11th attacks, then President George W. Bush put Iran high on the nation's enemies list, including it along with North Korea and Iraq in the axis of evil.
Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom.
President Barack Obama took a different approach, making an agreement with Iran along with other world powers to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. A deal President Donald Trump ripped up in his first term, also launching a strike in Iraq to kill Qasem Soleimani, the leader of Iran's Quds Force. Now in his second term, launching military strikes for a second time, openly calling for regime change, a new and deadly chapter in a long history of U.S. involvement in Iran. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
It has just gone past 0900 GMT. I'm Scott McLean. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive has launched attacks.
They sneak that music in there. That's how they get you. I'll give it a second to play out.
Wait, according to it.
No, they're still doing it. Excuse me. I'm surprised we haven't seen more from CNN. I haven't seen a lot of lives from them. It's kind of interesting. I've seen CBS and NBC.
He actually did use the War Powers Resolution to try to get approval. Actually, and interestingly, George H.W. Bush in the first Gulf War in 1990 got some approval from the United States Congress. He got authorization, not an official declaration, but authorization. And then President George W. Bush followed suit in 2002, when he got congressional authorization to go into the Iraq War. At the time in the United States Senate was basically the Republicans pretty much ecumenically or universally supported it. The Democrats were basically split asunder in both the House and the Senate, and some future presidential candidates like John Edwards, John Kerry, Joe Lieberman landed up voting for it. And then you have had some scenarios where a president has gone into military action without using the War Powers Act, and there were questions of the constitutional permissibility. One of them was Bill Clinton in Kosovo in 1999. Brad Sherman, congressman from California, was very much opposed to that. He was a Democrat. And Barack Obama in 2011 in Libya, he basically said that the troops were not in hostilities because they were in the air and not in the ground. So that was how he's basically specified. So it's really been kind of a tete-a-tete, if you will, between the United States Congress and the President of the United States, no matter who the parties is of the President and the Congress.
So there's so much to unpack there within that last answer, Rich. Let's just start with, when we look at all of these examples that you've given us throughout history where the War Powers Act has been introduced, when it was first introduced, and kind of this back and forth between the presidential administration and also Congress members, where does this specific situation, in your assessment, fall under? Is this something that perhaps, the president would have that executive authority given how this situation in the Middle East has unfolded, especially throughout the last several months?
It's a great question, and that's what we're going. That's basically, it depends on, I guess, your interpretation of the War Powers Act. I think that many in the Democratic Party, Congressman Tom Kaine, for example, would argue that this is a violation of the War Powers Act. He's basically proposing with Rand Paul from Kentucky, and in the Democratic and on the House side, Ro Khanna, who often works with Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, with Tom Massey, Libertarian Republican from Kentucky, basically stating that the president has to get authorization, a formal authorization from the United States Congress. Now, if this comes up this week and there's a vote on it, and let's say it passes in the House and the Senate, it's very much pro forma because Donald Trump almost assuredly is going to veto it, and there is not going to be the requisite 2/3 required from the House and the Senate to override his veto. So what this really does is it puts the Congress on record. Do they support the mission? Do they not support the mission in terms of Iran? And for the most part, you're going to see a partisan divide with a few exceptions on both ends.
So that's a really interesting point that you just made. This is really just to put it there on the record, and the fact that a lot of people, well, some members of Congress just were not in favor of these strikes to begin with. So where would we go from here then, for example? Because, I mean, it's a story that we're still going to cover, and it's still a really big deal. But what is the actual practical impact, I suppose?
I don't think there really is much practical impact because basically what's going on in Iran is likely to continue. I guess theoretically, a member of Congress, and the War Powers Act has really not been questioned in terms of the Supreme Court. It came very close to being questioned in 2000. Congressman Tom Campbell, Libertarian Republican from California, tried to challenge Bill Clinton's authority to go into Kosovo, but at the Supreme
So we had this question asking about cluster munitions. So it looks like officially there's multiple reports and confirmation from the Israeli military sources and international media sources indicating that Iran has used cluster munitions. Let's see, I think it was yesterday. No, it was 2 days ago. So the first day of the war, they used cluster munitions. And let's see, trying to see if it was specific areas. So between IDF statements, media, and eyewitness accounts, as well as human rights groups looking into it, it looks like it is confirmed that they use some cluster munitions. And the reason they're controversial is due to their indiscriminate nature. They're banned under the Convention on Cluster Munitions, which Iran, Israel, and the U.S. have not signed, which is interesting. So it looks like even if they are using them, it's not technically off limits for them because they didn't sign anything saying they wouldn't use it. Good question.
Iran, and then that might be a case for the Democrats to make in the midterm elections. They could use the line Robert Byrd used to use from West Virginia about the Iraq War. He used to say this was a misbegotten war. I think that's what you could hear from a litany of Democratic politicians.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I do want to talk about that. But first, let's take a look at some social media posts just to kind of show the stance of where different lawmakers on each side of the aisle are in respects to this entire operation. So Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying this, quote, "When I talked to Secretary Rubio, I implored him to be straight with Congress and the American people about the objectives of these strikes and what comes next. Iran must never be allowed to attain a nuclear weapon, but the American people do not want another endless and costly war in the Middle East when there are so many problems at home. The administration has not provided Congress and the American people with critical details about the scope and immediacy of the threat, confronting Iran's malign regional activities, nuclear ambitions, and harsh oppression of the Iranian people demands American strength, resolve, regional coordination, and strategic clarity. Unfortunately, President Trump's fitful cycles of lashing out and risking wider conflict are not a viable strategy. The administration must brief Congress, including an immediate all senators classified briefing and in public testimony, to answer these vital questions. The Senate should quickly return to session and reassert its constitutional duty by passing a resolution to enforce the War Powers Act. My prayers are with our brave American service members." So Senator Schumer, obviously from the Democratic side, but we also have this, a statement from Senate Majority Leader John Thune on the Republican side, saying for years Iran's relentless nuclear ambitions, its expanded ballistic missile inventory, and its unwavering support for terror groups in the region have posed a clear and unacceptable threat to U.S. service members, citizens in the region, and many of our allies. Despite the dogged efforts of the president and his administration, the Iranian regime has refused the diplomatic off-ramps that would peacefully resolve these national security concerns. I commend President Trump for taking action to thwart these threats. I thank Secretary Rubio for providing updates on these issues throughout the week, and I look forward to administration officials briefing all senators about these military operations. I commend the bravery of the service members carrying out these operations and pray for the safety of those in harm's way. Going back to a couple of points that you made, though, Rich, within that last answer, which was President Trump and a lot of his supporters, they were really adamant about not joining into more wider conflict, into more of these external wars. How has that changed given everything that we have seen? The president just over 1 year into his second term. And also, have we seen any change of attitudes from, certain lawmakers who supported that idea of no wider conflicts or being brought into those conflicts? And how are they viewing that now?
Yes, it's very interesting. And you can go back all the way to Woodrow Wilson when he ran for re-election in 1916. His slogan was, he kept us out of war. The next year, we landed up having World War I. President Johnson in 1964 basically said that he would not send more troops to Vietnam. And then he landed up, after the Gulf of Tonkin incident, he landed up sending more troops. So basically, I think the ideology, though, and I think that there is a lot of partisanship here, if you will. I remember, for example, when Barack Obama authorized or supported the invasion of Libya, many of his opponents were Republicans. John Boehner, for example, the House Speaker at the time, was very much an opponent and said it failed the straight face test. Bill Clinton wanting to go into, first of all, in Haiti in 1994, and then in.
So Tulsi Gabbard, she's made a statement. It's a pretty strong statement, actually. I'll just let her speak.
That's exactly what Trump did. He conducted and committed an act of war without congressional authority, seriously escalating the situation with Iran. And so now we're at a point of it's not a matter of, well, are we going to have a war with Iran? We are in a war with Iran right now. So the real issue is, are we going to allow this war to continue to escalate? And if so, for how long, and to achieve what objective? That's exactly what Trump did.
So do you agree with her? Do you think that she's saying, actually a lot of people are saying, like Hakeem Jeffries, they're saying that this is like an illegal war because he didn't get congressional backing. I don't know, he was pushing for that, but obviously the war started before he got a chance to get that going. But apparently he's not the only one that thinks that. So put a 1 in chat if you agree with her that this is illegal and that it's basically like technically like a war criminal. She's saying that he conducted and committed an act of war without congressional authority. We're in a war with Iran now, so the real issue is, are we going to allow this war to continue to escalate, and for how long? So put a 1 if you agree with her, and put a 2 if you disagree. I know she initially was a Democrat, I believe, and then she supposedly converted over for this administration, which I find interesting. There's a lot of those in this administration. They used to be Democrats and hardcore liberals, and all of a sudden they're pretending, or maybe they actually converted to be Republicans and conservative.
In the American public when it comes to these strikes, not just in Iran, but also the situation in Venezuela and several other global conflicts that we're following. But then what kind of powers does Congress have, for example, if they want to support their constituents who do not support this wave of strikes or the way that it's being handled?
Well, they do have this resolution that Senator Kaine and Senator Paul on the Senate side, and their counterparts, Congressman Tom Massey, and Ro Khanna, which basically limits the president's power. But for the most part, this is not going to pass. So what can they do? Theoretically, they could try to impeach the president. That would be also something that would be pro forma, because that's certainly, even if he were to be impeached with a few Republican votes in the House of Representatives, the Senate would not give the requisite 2/3. So there's really not much that they can do.
All right, so it's looking like we have some stratotankers. So it looks like they're doing some refueling. So we might be seeing another round of, at least Iran will see another round of hits from some fighter jets. They also will refill these stratotankers, like this one, this Globemaster. These are these big beefy planes that carry cargo. So they are refilling those for sure, because we can see them coming this direction and leaving from there. But there's also obviously fighter jets that are being refueled and used against Iran. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I said like there's none of these that are showing their transponders were turned off. So it seems like when they turn the transponder on and they start flying these patterns, they're doing the refueling right now. So that might mean things might pick up, at least in Iran. I'm not sure what's going to happen as far as Israel. There have been no alerts in Israel for 3 hours now, which is good. Obviously, you don't want to be attacked. But I'm not seeing a lot of updates coming out. Most of this stuff is kind of just recycling the same stuff over and over again. So if anything new comes out, I always tell you guys and do these little quick announcements.
Continue to be any and all developments coming out of the Middle East. Those strikes do continue between Israeli law enforcement, also their military operations involving the U.S. as well. Lots of live looks to get to, many more live events later on today as well, and we'll track all of it for you here at Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
We're not doing the music. Nice try, Fox. You almost got me. All right, let's see what else we have here. I haven't heard anything on the webcams. And they're in all different areas. We have Qatar, Beirut, all different areas of Israel. There's lots of vehicles, bustling city life.
City of Beirut, and smoke rising from what looks to be a very, very densely populated area as we go to Noor O'Day, who is in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, from your vantage point, what do we know about the scope of this bombing campaign, this Israeli bombing campaign on Lebanon?
Well, the Israeli army has said that it will take not just defensive actions, but offensive actions, and that it is not ruling out a ground operation at this point, especially after issuing those forced evacuation orders for over 50 towns and villages in southern Lebanon. We heard from the Israeli Minister of Defense saying that the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, is not immune, that Israel will teach Hezbollah a lesson. A member of the opposition, Avigdor Lieberman, who himself was a Minister of Defense, said that this is the opportunity Israel should seize to once and for all finish off Hezbollah. And we know that for weeks, even months now, Israel has been contemplating carrying out a large-scale Israeli military operation against Lebanon, against Hezbollah. There was a flurry of diplomatic activity trying to convince Israel not to do that, not to target civilian infrastructure. And for a while, it seemed that those efforts had succeeded. But now these discussions are no longer on the table, and Israel seems to be poised for a few days at least of escalating bombardment against Lebanon. The spokesperson of the Israeli army was asked how long will this take. He said it will take however long it needs to. 100,000 Israeli soldiers have been called up for reserve duty. There's concern in the northern communities in Israel. Do they need to evacuate themselves? There are no clear answers to those communities at the moment, but certainly it does seem like Israel is poising for opening a new front of ground operations against a neighboring country.
Noor, what do we know about the impact that these strikes from Iran are having on Israel? And I wonder what sense you have from your vantage point about how much pain tolerance the Israeli people have for what could be a prolonged conflict?
Well, that's the key, really. How long will this take? Because one of the few questions that the spokesperson of the Israeli army took today in the morning was, how long will this last? And there's a reference to something that the U.S. President Donald Trump said, that this war with Iran could take up to 4 weeks. The spokesperson of the Israeli army did not comment on that, did not want to say that it might take 4 weeks or even longer. He just said that the Israeli army is ready for all contingencies. That is worrying for ordinary Israelis. There's a state of emergency declared in Israel. People have basically spent their days and nights near shelters or inside of them. And so there's no economic activity. There's no normalcy to daily life. And there are questions about the economy, about possibly an escalating number of victims, about what opening a war front with Lebanon could also do to the war effort. How much concentration and focus can the Israeli army have waging a ground operation on Lebanon and also confronting a large, formidable country like Iran, especially when it comes to the air defenses? There are concerns about that, about Israel spreading itself thin in these confrontations.
All right. Thank you, Noor. Iran's ambassador to the UN nuclear watchdog says Israel has attacked Tehran's nuclear facilities on Sunday. The head of the IAEA has also expressed deep concern over the situation in Iran. Rafael Grossi says the agency cannot rule out a possible radiological release from Iranian nuclear sites with serious consequences. He says up until now, there's been no damage to Iranian nuclear facilities. Delegates at the UN nuclear agency are holding an emergency meeting following U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. All right, let's go to Bernard Smith, who is in Vienna. Bernard, we've just hearing this just now from the IAEA chief. I wonder, what options does his agency even have to do something about his concerns?
Well, I think what Rafael Grossi first of all said at the start of this emergency meeting called by Russia and Iran was to lay out the practical consequences of what could happen if this conflict intensifies and expands. And he put out a statement, first of all, as you've mentioned there, saying that there's no indication so far that any nuclear installations in Iran have been damaged. He said that they've had still no response from the Iranian nuclear authorities about the situation on the ground there. And he said they're hoping to re-establish contact. And he also reminded people that really, of course, there's not only the nuclear facilities in Iran that the IAEA is responsible for. He said that pretty much every country around Iran has some sort of nuclear applications, he described them. The UAE, for example, has 4 reactors producing energy. And he said that there should be a real constraint and restraint in the conflict when we consider that these nuclear facilities, these nuclear applications could be vulnerable. He said the situation today is very concerning. He said we cannot rule out having to evacuate areas as large as or larger than major cities in the event of some sort of missile or some sort of nuclear leak coming as a consequence of the fighting as Israel and as the US strike Iranian targets and Iran hits back.
All right, Bernard, keep us posted. Meanwhile, in Iran, the top national security official says there will be no negotiations with the United States. Ali Larijani has accused Washington of plunging the region into chaos. He says Iran did not initiate the aggression and is defending itself. Let's go back now to Tauhid Asadi, who is in Tehran for us. So, Tauhid, the American president told The Atlantic that he is open to talks, says the Iranians asked for talks and he'll go ahead and do them. The Iranians obviously saying something very different. Do you have any sense from Tehran as to what the Iranians may see as the off-ramp for this conflict?
Well, I don't think Iranians at this point may be interested in negotiations, at least based on the latest statements that I have been hearing from my end in Tehran. First of all, it was the Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, who is one of the most influential figures in the political establishment of the country and who was engaged in the trajectory of talks with the United States in the past few weeks. He came out very clearly positioning and saying that Iran is not going to negotiate with the United States, and that comes after some reports came out about such a possibility. But prior to that, we've got the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, telling Al Jazeera, just in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, coming out to say that at this point, hopes for diplomacy are not that much colorful in that.
So this is interesting. Earlier, we heard that the French, I guess, I don't know if it was a full fleet. I think it was just one carrier. So one aircraft carrier was supposedly heading towards the Middle East from the, changing direction from where it was going. And then we heard a report not too far after that, within like an hour or two, that was not true. And now something just came out saying that French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot, he says to the friendly countries that were deliberately targeted by the missiles and drones of the Revolutionary Guards and drawn into this war that they did not choose. So Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Jordan, France expresses its full support and full solidarity. It stands ready in accordance with the agreements that bind it to its partners and the principle of collective self-defense provided for by international law to participate in their defense. So it's very interesting that now the foreign minister is saying that they will participate in this defense of all these people, but they were not going to send the aircraft carrier. So I wonder if this is kind of, because they're kind of like going against the U.S. on a lot of stuff, especially like Ukraine. When the U.S. was pulling out, France stepped up even more. So I wonder if this is kind of what this is. They're saying like, we'll help everyone but the U.S. basically. Like, we're not going to send our destroyer out. We're not going to send out our aircraft carriers, but we will help all the other countries.
This shadow of the war has been translated into real act of war.
All right, Tauhid, thank you. Let's go to Roslyn now. So, Roslyn, look, we have a situation where there are no talks. There is no obvious end to this war coming anytime soon, at least. We also now have a new front in this war opening up in Lebanon. Do we know what the American viewpoint is on Israeli strikes in Lebanon? Is there any scenario where the U.S. may get involved in actually striking Hezbollah targets, which would obviously undermine the very ceasefire that they helped broker last year?
The Trump administration has not talked about what Israel is doing in Lebanon. There's also been some reporting that the U.S. may not have considered going to war against Iran unless Israel did so first. That has been pushed back and rejected as a reason why the U.S. has started the military action. But it's worth pointing out that since military action started in the overnight hours early on Saturday, except for two pre-recorded statements from U.S. President Donald Trump, there has not been an on-the-record comment from the administration, except the president speaking to a number of hand-picked reporters by phone on Sunday evening. There has not been a public explanation why Iran, why now, what the end game is.
All right, let's explore this further. Rob Geis-Pinfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London. Abbas Aslani is with the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies and joins us now from Tehran. So, Rob, to you first, just on what we've been seeing right now in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, there are indications that some debris has hit oil refinery facilities there. If that is the case, and those are in fact the Iranian targets, what could be the implications of this? What does this tell us about Iran's strategy in this war?
Well, it suggests that Iran is once more crossing another red line. Now, what Iran has done up to this point vis-a-vis the GCC countries has been very, very severe. and it has crossed the red line in itself. You know, the Iranian line is that they're attacking US military bases. I think that rings hollow to anyone in the region at the moment, and anyone looking at the footage of attacks on hotels and international airports and all sorts of high-value civilian assets. However, the targeting of economic assets like oil is a new paradigm, and it's not just a threat to the Gulf countries. If there is a decrease in oil production, Gulf countries have currently been working to stop that from happening, but if their hand is forced, that will have a global impact. It will not just affect the region, it can affect taxpayers, for example, in the West as well. And this is part of Iran's broader strategy. It knows that its back is against the wall. It's trying to cause as much chaos as it can in order to force a ceasefire. And it doesn't seem to care what bridges it burns to get there.
Abbas, over to you in Tehran. What is your understanding of what Tehran's strategy is in this war in terms of their targeting, what they hope to achieve?
Well, due to the difference in the nature of the ongoing conflict, we are seeing a different type of reaction and response from the Iranian side this time. And it seems that Tehran has been adopting a multi-layered retaliatory operation against American and Israeli assets. We are seeing a wide-ranging, theater of battle between the two sides. And classically, Iran used to target U.S. military bases on Israeli military infrastructure in the region. But this time we're seeing that mostly it's been military, but there has been departure from that method. And they have been targeting those facilities, even non-military ones, which have been used by the military personnel and forces. Iran wants to make sure that if there is any cost, this will be for all, and this is based on the none or all principle, which has been, witnessed. And in terms of, those, let's say, type of operations, let's not forget that the attacks by Israel and the United States against Iran have mostly been targeting also civilian infrastructure as well. There has been attacks on hospital, schools, gyms, and residential buildings, and majority of those fatalities include civilians.
So it looks like Iran's ambassador to the IAEA, that's like the nuclear watchdog, says that the U.S. and Israel attacked Iranian nuclear facilities yesterday. And it's interesting that in this Al Jazeera report, I think maybe 15 minutes ago, they're talking about the possibilities of radiation and that kind of stuff from attacking these nuclear sites. But it's confirmed that apparently some nuclear facilities were attacked in Iran.
And that's exactly what Iran is banking on, putting the Gulf countries in a real conundrum. Now, these Gulf countries do have cutting-edge militaries. They are reliant on Western technology and high-end fighter jets and missiles and missile defense systems, for example. But Iran is banking on them not using them because it will then exploit that. It would say that they are basically going to bat for Israel. They are hand in hand with the US and Israel. So that's a real dilemma for the Gulf countries. That would not be a popular position to take. At the same time, simply sitting back passively and watching your population centers get targeted by Iran is a real red line for the Gulf countries, and it challenges their sovereignty, it challenges their soft power, and indeed their reputation, as you alluded to there. So the Gulf countries have very little room for maneuver. The degree of nuance that they have to operate in, the sphere of nuance, is shrinking day by day, because there is a feeling that they have been passive here. It was the US and Israel that started this war. It was Iran that upped the ante by attacking GCC states. Now the ball is in the GCC states' court. Can they, through their contacts with Iran and the US and Israel, get all sides to compromise, to de-escalate and reach a ceasefire? Or will they have to actually start taking a more active role in their defense? That is the major question facing Gulf leaders throughout the region today.
Rob, these countries obviously have some autonomy over their own territory. I wonder if there's a scenario where they say to the United States, look, you cannot use these bases to attack Iran. And then they go to the Iranians and say, look, there are no attacks coming from us. Your war is with Israel. Is that a realistic scenario?
I don't think it is a realistic scenario because that was exactly the Gulf position before this war began. The Gulf states said to the Americans, they made it very clear publicly and privately that those military bases cannot be used in a war against Iran. This is a similar position, for example, to the UK, who told the US the same thing. But now we're seeing the UK change position. And we're also seeing, for example, British fighter jets helping defend the skies of Qatar. So just as Western powers are getting increasingly dragged into this to come off the fence, it will be the same for the Gulf states. You know, many of these Gulf states have expended real political capital, like Oman, for example, on keeping a chain of communication open with the Iranians, saying that dialogue is better than war. But Iran doesn't seem to care. It is burning those bridges in order to cause maximum chaos. Its back is against the wall. This is a different Iran to Iran we saw previously because it knows that it faces an existential threat and it will do whatever it needs to do to get to force all sides to a ceasefire, even if that means burning all its bridges in the Gulf.
Abbas, President Trump said to the Atlantic magazine, he said, they want to talk, obviously meaning the Iranians, and I have agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them. But Ali Larijani, the Iranian security chief, says, no, there are no plans to talk. Do you have any sense of under what circumstances Tehran may be open to discussing with Washington how this all ends?
It seems that there is difficult, interpretation of talks or negotiations between the two sides. What the U.S. president means by negotiation seems to be surrender or capitulation toward the United States. But Iran and the U.S. were already negotiating recently in Geneva, and there was significant progress. Many were hopeful that a deal would be within reach. Omani foreign minister, American officials, they had a positive assessment of those round of talks. Iranian foreign minister also said that they were progressing well. But what happened? The U.S. initiated another round of attacks against the country, destroying this diplomatic track. So at the time of this, military war and aggression, a diplomatic resolution or negotiation does not seem meaningful for Tehran. And by the time that this goes on, I think that no, meaningful diplomatic dialogue is expected, unless what the U.S. expects is a, announcement from Tehran or Iranian side that they're ready to surrender, which does not seem to be the case as we speak. And Iran has been trying to signal that. Signal continuity in terms of the political system and show that it is not divided at this specific time, that it has lost a leader and high-ranking commanders. And we are seeing the Interim Leadership Council being formed and holding and convening, recently. And this indicates that Tehran has not shifted from its past positions and approach.
Do you see any signs of instability right now in Iran? I ask because the president said that there were cheers over the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death, and he said that members of the IRGC, or the military, I should say, are calling by the thousands wanting immunity. I mean, is this hyperbole, or is there any truth to that?
Sarah Bryan, thanks for the super. Thank you, Matt, for all you do. You do have a comforting way about how you express yourself. You have a great calming effect on this very old lady. Bless your heart. Thank you. Very, very sweet. Always Amos. Thanks for the super. Thanks, Matt, for this coverage. Praying for the innocent lives lost and hearts of those engaging in this war. Yeah, if you're a praying person, this would be a good time to start praying. And obviously, we've had some attacks already that were basically terrorist attacks in the U.S. that could ramp up significantly. So definitely keep your head on a swivel. And if you carry and that kind of stuff, then make sure you have that on you at all times. Always Amos, thanks for the super. There was no message attached to that one. I'm not sure if you did that on purpose or not, but Cherry Mills, thanks, Matt, for keeping us updated. Thanks for the super. So I'm digging through everything. I see we're 3+ hours with no attacks heading towards Israel. And I'm looking at X, and I'm not seeing much coming out. The latest thing was just that the French were saying maybe they would step in. It looks like Germany is saying they won't and don't have the resources. And you have to remember too, they're possibly going to be in a conflict with Russia, just NATO and Europe in general. So they need to keep all their stuff where it is. But it sounds like a lot of people in the Pentagon are very tense and very paranoid about what's happening right now with Iran. I don't think it's what they expected. So, I mean, they said they were going to attack U.S. assets and bases, but I think this has gone beyond that. So, they're not pumped about it. And, Lindsey Graham says Cuba's next. So is this going to be the presidency where we take out all of our enemies during the 4 years? Is Putin on the list? I mean, obviously they're going after these I won't say smaller countries, but they're going after these countries with smaller militaries and less power. Obviously, China and Russia would be a significant adversary, militarily and otherwise. But I'm not seeing any updates there. I'm not really seeing anything coming in from any of the different various accounts that cover all this stuff as far as intel and everything goes. And activity. There's stratotankers here. And obviously they're doing their loops and they're refueling. But there's just not much going on. So I don't want to keep everyone on. I know some people need to get to sleep. And I'll probably head to bed here as well. But I appreciate everyone being here. Thanks everyone for the super chats, members, mods, and obviously you guys that are watching. Can't do it without you. I appreciate if you hit that like on the way out and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you guys want to tag me or just contact me, you can do TriggerSmart HQ on X or engcwarrior@gmail.com. I'm usually pretty good about getting back to people within 24 hours or so. And I think I'm going to call it there. I'm just checking for any last messages or chats. All right, cool. All right, everyone. Have a good night. Get some sleep. And always take care of yourself during all this stuff. And, pray for people if you pray. And obviously people like Cassia from Daily Fredo, who's out there in Cyprus. We got to take care of them if we can. So I'll talk to her and see if she's okay. But I think last I heard from her, she was. And I was looking to see if she was on this evening. I'm just going to check that really quick before I get off here. She's been posting. Where is she at? Oh, there she is. Let's see. Where are you at, Fredo? Your account's always hiding. Here we go. Let's see if she's posted 8 hours ago. So she was talking about how the British drone or the British base was hit by the drone. So I think she's good. She's still feisty. She still has her feistiness to her. So, but yeah, just be thinking about her and other people. And we will continue covering this stuff. I'm sure this is going to go on for quite a while, unfortunately. But have a good night, and I'll see you soon. See you on the next one.